The stream should be up. I'm just sending out the socials.
Right? Just wait for you to turn purple. Oh, that's neat.
Hmm?
If you click on a big aetheryte, it's got visit another world server.
Oh. Wait, can we even do that?
Yeah, it'll just be on the this data center.
Oh, right, yeah, okay, so, yeah. It's the world's not the data centers.
You have yet to turn purple. I'll just use that link.
This coda is where the name came from. This was the first character to carry the name. Well, the name itself was stolen from .hack, but this was the first. I'm a bit loud. All right, that I can fix. Give me a minute. And the name's been around a little longer than people would realize because this was background noise. Interesting. That's... Thank you very much, Fab. But that's wrong. That's not supposed to happen like that.
Spent all this time setting stuff
I
up.
did. It broke. God dang it. I set up some special ones for Final Fantasy. God damn it. Shoot. And, like, I tested everything. It was all working. What's going on?
Yeah.
Did I maybe not import the right... no, surely. Because I had it... I tested it. Ah!
I'm just being quiet.
Yeah, I can give Nova more gas in a second. Let me just... I want to make sure you guys get the right shoutouts. Okay, let's try that again. Nope, it's still doing the wrong one. But it worked when I was testing. It shouldn't even be displaying that, is the thing. I've turned that off. So I don't know how it's displaying the wrong one when that's not even turned on. This music's real good. Holy shit. It's so good. That's why I've just been sort of hanging out here. It's also where I need to be quest-wise, but, like... Yeah, this music's great. Well, hang on. If I go over here and I hit... Troubleshooting! Whee! No, now that's what... Why... I don't understand. So, like, the ones I've set up, like doing it test-wise, it works fine. But then the actual ones are linking into the wrong thing? Question mark? This is the real stream, but we're having technical issues despite that.
Technically, it just clocked over into Tuesday, and you have yourself to blame for this.
Oh, of course, it's always technical issue Tuesday. This is the server reset day.
I think reset was last night.
I actually don't know when reset is anymore. See, at least, okay, so Teddy's working, the game's working, the Discord integration is working, but my fancy new Final Fantasy themed stuff isn't working. Well, see, it's displaying the why it's displaying it in the adjusted position, but it's displaying the wrong thing.
See, when I talk, I light up in the bottom right. That's the Discord integration.
That's sub alert is definitely set correctly. Oh wait, is it like? Hang on. I know what it is. It doesn't auto propagate. Fucking bollocks. Is there an easy way? Surely you should have that like auto propagated down. Wait, it says I'm not playing it. Oh my god, we're having all kinds of technical issues tonight. Give me a minute. That one I can easily fix. Was it really just called Final Fantasy 14 online in Twitch? Okay, yeah, whatever. Okay, I know what's happened there. Hang on. No, but if I now if I is that still okay? So that needs to stay as that, I think. But now hit that. Let me head back over here. Okay. Now I need to set that so that I can hear it. But that should now... How is that volume-wise for everybody, by the way? It seems like it might be a little quiet. Is good? Is good? Okay, excellent. Fine. Excrement. Yes, it's... And this is a really nice version of Theme of the Crystals, or Prologue is what it's called. Why am I not a potato? I actually do... The only alt I have is... Okay, that hasn't been hooked up, Kuro. I don't have a bits thing for the Final Fantasy. But that has also turned on the hype train, which, holy shit, what are you people doing? What was I going to say? Potato. How's a juicy wriggly roll? You give nasty chips. Something like that. It's been a long time since I watched Lord of the Rings. I don't... Look, okay. The thing is, Kuro, I thought about setting up one for bits. The only person that uses bits is you, so I was like, it'll be fine. No one's gonna send any bits anyway. And then of course you come in and you send some goddamn bits. it's a bit like Faust's pile of items, isn't it? Or Teddy's. Right. Okay. All of the we've done 10 minutes worth of pre-roll now anyway. Yeah. Well, we tossed up what to do server-wise. It was like an actual discussion for a couple of days whether we would even bounce. But yeah, we decided to shuffle over to the Australian servers, and the Sephiroth server seemed like it was going to be the most populated but least cancerous? Question mark?
The most populated, but the least populated, if that makes any sense. Queues be gone, but enough people to float the server.
Oh, yeah, actually, it's a good point.
Oh yeah, hi, that's me.
He's just gonna stay as Nova. I think that's the easiest way to do that. I mean, I can rename you to Axel if you want.
No.
Is your chicken Nova, or is that...
No, my chicken is Soul.
Oh, of course. Yeah, that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Someone will get that reference. Do I have any greens? I do.
But yes, so where was it? Hey, Senpai, how's it going? And yeah, there's Twitch has pretty actually good regional pricing now. It's surprising, to be honest. They did a good thing. Rare that. Okay, so now that we've got the tech support out of the way, everything's ticking over correctly. We wouldn't even be on. We shouldn't be on any single mount for any amount of time. But I mean that's things we can consider later. For now, I just want to sort of get things going. But we're going to start with a bit of an explanation as to where we're at. I played FF14 for quite a long time when it originally came out, to the point of like aggressively raiding during the 2.0 era. And then more casually so during the 3.0 era, and then I never ended up finishing 4.0, which is where we're currently at, the sort of finishing up the main story quest for 4.0, which is where we'll be taking off tonight. I literally had to get to level 70 before we could start the next quest, so I sorted that out off stream. One thing I will point out there, I'm still relearning the game. Is that an actual slash function? Oh, there you go. So it is. Yeah, I'm still relearning the game. Paladin has changed significantly since I last played. We no longer have oaths. We no longer have flash. We do have actual like combat AoE abilities now, but that does change how AoE tanking works. Yeah.
I would like to point out 100 days of that 147 days is
standing around. Yeah. The best standing around simulator. As I said, like I raided for a long time, and a lot of like being involved with raiding stuff is just standing around. Oh yeah, that's right. You guys said we need to turn Nova up a bit. That I can do. Give him a bit more juice. See if that helps. I don't even know what wall to wall is.
He's He's level 70. He doesn't have that yet.
Oh, it's a new ability. Yeah, no, I'm literally level 70. That's it. I don't have any of the next 20 levels worth of abilities. Speedrunning dungeons, like, again, I'd need to relearn how to play the game properly before we could approach anything like that. I have certainly speedrun a lot of dungeons.
Keep in mind, we come from Japanese servers. Things work very differently there. Apart from Brave Blocks, you pull all of Brave Blocks.
Yeah, well, that was the speedrun dungeon, Brave Blocks Hard.
Most dungeons these days, you can't do it anyway.
But yeah, that won't be happening. Just straight up. Also, as you can see, I'm playing with a controller. That's just how I've always played FF14.
We did it on JP, but only specific times. I don't think Bear can fly.
Yeah, I can.
Here?
Yeah.
You don't have currents?
Oh, no. Nope. Apparently I can't fly here.
Yeah, you don't have the currents.
But yeah, like, I haven't played properly for years. The last I played was last night, getting this set up ready for today, which is why we are here now.
JP plays more about consistency than absolute optimal play. It's also about respecting everybody in the party, and being a dickhead who pulls everything when your healer's not on board is not okay.
Yeah, basically.
If the healer says go zoom zoom, cool, you've got free clearance to do so.
Where are we currently?
The Alamegan Quarter. Page. I don't have that menu. I should go find that menu.
Okay, the locks. Yeah, I'm missing a bunch of stuff in here yet.
People on console can clear just as fast as people on PC. But yeah, console is more popular over there.
But yeah, there'll be no, like, madman tanking of entire dungeons. Yeah, don't expect any kind of optimal play of any kind for the moment. We're just gonna be doing story stuff.
I'm gonna be waiting for Bear to do so.
Yeah. Nova actually finished the main story I got. I hit a leveling wall at the time, and I think I remember I was in a bad place personally at the time that the X-Pack came out.
You were hella busy, I think.
Yeah, I remember, yeah, having some personal matters at the time, which is why I just kind of fell off and just ended up not continuing. The free trials are back. Everything is back now, I believe. All the regular services have resumed as of like a couple of days ago. I didn't need to do that, nor did Nova, because we had existing accounts. That's another thing. I'm not here to sell you free MMO to level 60 or whatever it is. That's not what we're here for. This is just, like, I did a Twitter poll. Everyone pretty much said go with the Final Fantasy February. So here we are. But it's also a case of, like, I wanted to play the story for these as well, and it just so happens that I'm in such a position now where I have the time for the next month or so that I can actually play an MMO that could potentially be quite time-consuming.
They're available on the OCE servers, if nothing else. I know a bunch of people are sprouting right now.
Yeah. I don't know what else really to say. Beyond that, I mean, Nova will be here for most of it. Blackguard will probably be joining us at some point. As you can see from the upper corner here, we're playing on the Sephiroth server from the Australian data center, which is what, Materia, I think it is.
Area, yeah.
Yeah. That's about it, really. Yeah. My memory of the story for Stormblood, yeah, is very fuzzy. I went over a recap today, and I'm like, I remember none of this. So I'm gonna probably end up being a bit lost for a while. But honestly, looking at reading the recap, the story itself was a bit lost and all over the place.
We are bad at building rebellions. That's
Yeah, like exceptionally bad. We went to the east to create a war over there to distract the Empire from our rebellion over here, but really achieved nothing either way. I don't intend to replay the story. I just intend to go forward, which, as I said, our progression-wise for the story is literally the level 70 quest.
I think it just chucks you straight into a dungeon, but we'll see.
Right in here, so... unless anyone's got any specific questions, we'll probably get going with the actual content as such, and this will be where we're at for the next, month.
Well, hopefully we're not stuck here for the rest of the month. That would be...
JP Audio, yes. And, I mean, was it Raubahan that walled?
Yep, the Great Wall of Raubahan.
Yeah. In the first couple of days, no one could load past. Oh, Jesus.
Everyone booked time off to...
Yeah!
No one could get past Raubahan.
Couldn't get past Raubahan. Oh, man. At least, Heavenswood was a bit better because, you could get into one of the two zones at least. Oh, dear. But yeah, I think we're at the point of, trying to pull everything together story-wise for the Rebellion. So we're basically at the peak of the story for 4.0. Which is, it's a very weird point to pick up from for a stream, I realize, but that's literally where I'm up to. And I think a lot of this is text-based, so get your reading eyes on, I guess.
It's an MMO. Buckle in for an MMO.
Yeah.
That's up to Bear, Sanj.
Yeah, you can join, I guess, just I don't have anything prepared for you, and don't talk over the story stuff.
Hey.
Do you have any questions in regards to story? Just reference. I'll be here.
Oh, because you remember most of it, yeah.
Yeah, it's fresh on my mind. Fresher on my mind than you guys.
So, I guess some background about Bear and I as players. Bear has been a paladin since forever. I don't think he's really played much.
Yeah,
He
well,
healed for a bit. But
I was Gladiator in 1.0. That's how far back it goes.
Yeah. I started Pugilist, transferred to Dragoon, went back to Monk. I've been melee DPS through my whole raid career, so...
I tank floors.
Yes, you do.
And I don't do my job quest.
There's going to be a lot of... I don't remember the layouts of areas, because I haven't been here for literally years.
Well, you've never been here specifically, and this place kind of sucks to navigate.
Oh, he's got most of the map unlocked, so He has been
I
in.
think you get the whole map unlocked just from entering this zone. It's just one of those.
Oh, okay. Don't remember that.
Or he was questing? He might have been questing here.
He may have been questing, yeah.
I tend to explore pretty heavily, so... Oh, the Bomb Palanquin! Ah, I really like the Bomb Palanquin. This is old school mount. This is from the Goblin Tribe quest back in 2.0 content. Or 2.x content, I should say.
I do not have a two-person mount, no. I stopped at the end of Stormblood, and I don't really want to pay money for a two-person mount.
Understandable.
Also, Bear probably would refuse it anyway.
Yeah, I walk in
I'm not-
manually.
That requires territory. It's not fun.
Yeah, I didn't play the 0.5 patch for this. I also don't like grinding, so I tend not to do it.
Well, with a
Also, it's
two-man
pretty
mount, you can, like, shuttle the other person, but that's not... I wouldn't be doing that anyway. These things you're talking about, Senpai, didn't exist when I got the Bomb Palanquin. I did the tribe quests by hand on tier. I did all of them. No, I don't think I did.
Gubu?
You've got the
I've got the Gubu. I've got the Bomb Palanquin. I've got the I'm pretty sure I got the Fish People one.
that
Actually, hang on.
sucking.
There's a
You
reputation
might not
button.
have them. Yeah, there is. So
Yeah.
you've got the wind people, not the fish people.
I got the Sylphs, the Kobolds, and
Yeah.
most of the. Oh, that's the
Yes.
crafting.
Mm.
That's the crafting one.
idiots.
I got about rank 2 on Sylphs because I wanted the Gubu and I just gave up because I just got really sick and tired of the Shroud. I'm not gonna go there 3 times a day.
No,
Fuck that.
the fucking fish people. That's the
awful.
worst. Navigating that
Worst.
zone. I mean, it's probably piss now because you can fly, but you couldn't fly back in my day.
Yeah, back in my day. At least the Sylphs were kind of near an 8th, right?
The Bomb Palanquin, though, I really wanted the Bomb Palanquin, so that's why I did that.
Oh, look, there's an 8th.
Oh,
And I still use the Bomb Palanquin as my main mount. It has been backdated into a flying mount. It was one of the earliest, I think, to get
yeah.
backdated, because it makes sense. It's a flying mount.
You still want the fat running chocobo mount. I'll never get that, unfortunately. The one with the carrot in front of it.
You can't get that anymore?
It's a collector's edition for 2.0, isn't it?
I have no idea.
This boy.
I can't see.
Yeah, give it a sec.
No, not that one. Oh, that one?
Yeah,
Yeah, that one, yeah.
somehow can fly.
Yeah, it was a Final Fantasy 14 collector's edition thing.
Oh, fair enough. I don't remember buying
Oh
the
wait,
collectors.
black one
but
was. Sorry, the black one was.
Yeah. I think you can still get this guy.
Fat Chocobo is a collector's edition exclusive for the original one. That was right. Where you can get the fat black Chocobo if you participated in the Final Fantasy 14 Twitch collaborative event in June 2021. And there's also a Parade Chocobo, which is apparently a variation of this mount, if you have 3,000 commendations.
Can't
So,
even
yeah.
see the guy you're talking to.
It's Pippin.
Pippin?
It's Pippin.
This is Robon's kid.
Kid.
Oh, wait, in your case, do you mean it's literally not on your
He's-
screen? Because
there's no one here.
there's no one there. Yeah, because you've already done the plot, yeah.
What? Oh, okay. Someone flying on a cube. Yeah, we're tall racers, so our chocobos are quite.
Mm.
Oh, you mean the fat chocobos?
How's sound balance, by the way? Is the game loud enough?
Seems to be pretty good from what I was gathering earlier when you had the music, which is kind of a good thing. That was another chocobo pavilion, I'm pretty sure. It wasn't black one. Or it could be for China servers only thing. They've had like a few times. Like the pizza emote in America. If you ordered Domino's, I think it was.
Give the game a slight bit more volume.
Yeah, not a bad idea. Yeah, I like the pizza emote. I want it.
This would have been the appropriate expansion pack to do a pizza tie-in. Pizza Hut of the Rebellion!
That took me a second. But it's Domino's. They do their Domino's ones, not Pizza Hut, so I'm lucky. I still love the every single X pack, the Domino's packs they do in Sydney or in Australia.
Wolfmen? More furries! I thought I stopped playing WoW.
What do you think the beast tribes are?
Not furries.
Neither are these.
Yeah, they're scalies.
I mean, there's literal cat people in this game, not just the Mikor.
Oh, I suppose it depends on how the wolf people are depicted. I'll give you that. Maybe they won't be furries.
I mean, there's tiers of furry, as you know.
Yeah. It's like the cat people on.
They're just big old cat people. Oh, you're not here anymore.
I got. Yeah, I'm gonna get punted around to do the plot.
Oh, that's
You might get instant. Actually.
nice. He's just up here.
No, I mean, like, there might be
might.
an instance coming up. I don't remember.
Well, I'll just drop party if that happens.
Yeah, I'm forced and nod.
Do I need the flight points? I don't
Yeah,
even remember how to
nice.
find them.
Use the
Use,
compass.
There's a compass that's in your key items. Actually, no, is it trait now?
Collections. It's in collections.
Yeah, collections, that's right.
And
Yeah.
I'll tell you what direction they're in. I can't
I'll
tell
tell
you where
you.
they are, because I've already got them.
And they're a lot easier to get now.
Aether compass.
Yeah, the compass.
The item has been
No,
moved
no.
to your collection?
Yeah, collection, not key item anymore.
Collections is a menu all to itself.
Oh, great. Alright.
Yeah. Oh god, that's what your menu looks like? Judy had collection.
Did it?
Yeah.
Oh. I want that on a button somewhere. There we go.
I'll probably
Very
use it
useful.
more than once.
Yeah, a lot more than once.
Okay, cool.
Southwest 181?
That's well out of the way of where I need to be. Alright.
Should be just up here, right? 181's not far. Yeah, I remember it being up here.
Got a good memory.
Well, this was the last area I did, so I remember it slightly better.
Weird that there's no TP.
How do you get up here?
Still not used to that.
Okay, you gotta come over here. Walk up there. You'll probably end up there eventually.
I'm over here for now.
The TP didn't really affect me apart from
It's just weird. We're used to having it.
sprinting. Yeah, I mean, me too.
I've just got to get used to.
I did play 3.x, that's when I started, so. Just trying to think. Was Illicit Jump a TP move as well? I think it was, right? 600 TP?
Maybe, I don't know. I don't think Elusive was TP. Everything else was.
Yeah, I'm getting instanced.
Well, literally, mana does nothing for my class. I just have it.
Elusive Jump.
In the older content, having TP did make sense. It was balanced around the DPS having to manage it, but it was annoying and just created more problems than it solved.
Yeah, okay, these lads are actual furries.
They're not too bad.
Alright, the Dorman Bombat music, that makes sense. Alright, boys. I have AoE. I shouldn't have AoE. That didn't exist when you boys were implemented.
You would have had AoE, but
Not this kind of AoE. Hakuro, the main character from UTW. Utawada Urumono.
Underwater Romano.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. And yes, you'd be correct. One of the main characters, depending what version you're playing.
Oh, the original game. I've only played the first one.
I guess it's technically both games, if I think about it.
This is just don't stand in the fire.
yeah, raid mechanics 101. You're a tank, though.
Yeah.
I'll take you down.
Oh no, not damage. Whatever shall I do?
I didn't realize that was possible.
Yeah, he just does that.
What? Looks like an idiot.
Yeah, just a don't stand in the fire check.
Anti-Dragoon.
More consistent markers, yeah. had fairly consistent markers previously. They just sort of hyped it up.
They did.
They very much did. I rated in both expansions before.
Oh boy.
It was more constant. That's sort of why they tightened it up, made them more consistent. The previous two X packs did have markers that were fairly easy to read.
Which I've not seen the animation for this, so let's hit this button. That's the super shield.
The wall, yeah. Useful during dragon breath.
Yeah. Specific mechanics.
I mean, you didn't need it.
Yeah.
Obviously, you haven't watched him play MGS4. He's a big fan of men slapping each other.
The only way to get your point across.
Yeah, I guess
Shirts off, top of a roof, slap fight.
top of a roof and all submarine.
Well, that was the top of the submarine, which was a fortification in itself. This is definitely like Stormbloody type content, just like fucking, where did this come from? Why is it happening? Just out of nowhere, some furries were hanging around.
They're just the locals. They don't like
Pretty
it.
sure they've been referenced a fair few times. High-end references, I'm pretty sure in the step. But yeah.
I think this is their first appearance.
I think it's their first appearance, or they would have been with Xenos a few times, maybe, potentially.
I think you're right. Yeah. But either way, it's the first time
Yeah.
they really do anything.
Take a momentary aside from our liberation plans to go talk to the furries.
Well, maybe they can be part of the liberation plan.
Just gotta go throw 'em a sticks, man. That's all it is.
This implies we have a plan.
I think they might be voicing this scene.
Setting up, of course.
So this is kind of cool, because it's the armies of the four city-states, but, like, we did all of the uniting of that in the previous expansion. Yeah, I think I need to mess with the sound balance. The voices definitely need to be louder.
人狼連隊との戦闘を回避できそうです。それは朗報だ。これで正面に立ち塞がる障害に集中できるぞ。よし、魔導士部隊前へ。火炎魔法投射、城門を赤裂させよ。 ったけの虚月魔号を叩き込め。
Are we actually doing like a proper physics? Heat and freeze at the same time to cause it to shatter?
全方門切らげ縄文を粉砕しろ。
Yeah, you launch balls at it, so it breaks.
Balls of the weakened metal.
Alright, it's the Empire. They have machinery.
破れるというのに。
Oh boy.
あれは
It's, what's his name?
Lord Hyen.
Yeah. Looking much like,
義と迷惑により破絶。
Yeah, generic Dynasty Warriors from East 50.
well, it's more not generic, specific. He looks like, Monkey.
Zoro.
Oh, shit, I forgot his actual name.
Monkey?
Give me a second.
Son Goku.
No. Oh, shoot.
Looks like that one lad from Samurai Shodown. Which one? Looks like half of Samurai Shodown.
Monkey from Sengoku Basara, but give me a sec, I'll get his actual name.
The problem, Senpai, is the translation for this game is awful.
Yeah,
And
this
if
is
you
a
understand
translation.
even a little bit of JP, it helps bridge a lot of that.
This is a complete rewrite.
And you're also talking to
Maeda
one-
Keiji.
Oh yeah.
He looks
Oh,
almost exactly like him.
Yeah, fair call.
Senpai, also, you gotta remember, JP voices have been pretty much identical from the start, whereas if you played English, they replaced the voice cast like 2 or 3 times throughout the series. So it's a bit jarring if you play it sequentially.
Going from
And also the incredible AAR, the first one, were incredibly
Yeah.
shit as well for English.
2.0 to
Incredibly
3.0 was jarring as hell.
Yeah.
飛燕だな。
Yeah, so for me, it's,
空の敵は引き受けた。進め。自由のために。
So we got these birds from those steppe dragons,
Yep,
right?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
If you flew up to the very top.
Yeah, there's
yeah,
an estuary of them.
aviary.
Aviary? What's the
An
estuary?
estuary is a river mouth.
River. Okay.
So an estuary is a river mouth, not
Yeah.
ribbon. Sorry, I stumbled that.
よし、攻撃速攻。なんとしても。
But yes, Pippin is voiced by Vira. Kodra, I think, pointed that out. No, he's still kicking.
Ah, someone else must have got it. We lost a few in the last couple of years.
Yeah. Blanking on his name. Does Reno in Final Fantasy VII.
Yeah.
He, amongst a shitload of other roles.
やったぞ。
He was Raoban as well, I think.
I'm not sure on that. Do I need? I'm gonna have to pull up voice actors for this, aren't I?
yes.
Oh boy.
Robon voice actor. Voice actor. Hiroyuki Yasumoto.
It will be largely main story stuff, Sion, but we'll also be doing some side stuff in like raid content and the 24 mans and that
So
sort of stuff.
We'll get to the end of Stormblood stuff, do a quick tourist run of all the raids we can do, and 24 mans, and then we'll move on.
Raubon's voice actor is still alive.
Okay.
recently in things we have played, actually. Grimoire Weiss in Nier Replicant, and the Game Master in Voice of Cards. That's Raubon's not exactly relevant. Well, he is pseudo-relevant right now, but he's not.
We did Crystal Tower on progression.
Yes. Yeah,
Yeah,
literally on progression. There's videos.
Inquired about that.
Videos of doing that literally day one.
I think I've watched those actually.
They're pretty old.
Yeah.
That's pre-stream, or I can't remember if I was
pre-stream.
streaming it. Well, I might have been streaming
sorry.
at that point, but there would have been no way to stream FF14 because my internet wouldn't have.
It was
before
pre-YouTube.
Yeah, it was before you were streaming. And
pre-YouTube streaming.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think. Yeah, because you did Resident Evil Revelations 2 or Revelations your first.
Yeah, Rev
YouTube
1 and 2
stream.
were the first YouTubes, yes.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Bear and I have done all the 24-mans up to this point.
Well, it's,
Non-Stormblood.
yeah, which is what, just ST and then the
Heaven's Reach
CT
Pirate Arc.
and then the Cat Sith dungeon.
Well, there was, I suppose, it's one big dungeon, but the 3 parts of Crystal Tower, and then the 3 pirate raids,
Yeah,
which was Dunskythe was the last one, but I forget what the other 2 were.
I
Go
just-
to the big ship in the sky.
yeah, I
with
just
Black
remember
Manager.
Cat Sith.
Yeah, Void Arc, that's the one. And we tourist moded Alex.
Yeah.
I don't think we got to Alex himself, just due to running out of time. But yeah,
Yeah, I think we literally didn't do the final piece of it.
yeah.
Because if I go to the...
We got up to Cruise Chaser or whatever his name was, got him down, didn't have time. Service went down.
Yeah, literally the servers went down for kicking over to,
To this.
Stormblood.
Where did it put you?
At the top of the stairs.
Right.
Bloody best thing I just discovered on buying the voice actors is that Soroban, one of the little fishy guys you speak to in the Red Sea, Ruby Sea, his voice is the same voice actor as fucking Thancred. Yuichi Nakamura. So like when I was playing, I go, wow, your voice is very familiar.
Soul of the Creator was one we didn't clear, which I think is literally the final...
Yeah. I think we did 3 out of 4 bits of it, sort of thing. Something like that.
God damn. Unable to
Yeah,
retrieve.
that's a sad list. That's a sad list.
I'm gonna keep it, just in
Yeah.
case anyone bounces
And
over.
in case, because there are a bunch of Aussies on that list. But just on...
A bunch of
JP
Southeast
servers.
Asian too.
Yeah.
I doubt the sea people are gonna leave Tonberry, just because the
No.
thing is better.
Yeah, it's 50-50 as I've been saying earlier.
Right, I will be watching movie sequences.
Time to shut up.
Because I've never been here before.
I don't remember this.
Advantage of being a tank, I drive. Everybody has to wait for me. Have I got my tanking shit on? Yes, I do. Okay, I'm not used to the edgy boy animations at all.
Yeah, Reaper is Dragoon analog, if you want to look at it that way. Same armor type.
Oh, I like this guy's name. Right.
Frame drop there.
It'll be a little tricky for me to follow chat while like actively in dungeons because I haven't played for so long. I'm not on autopilot yet.
You want, I can tell you when new people join the chat.
No, it's all good. I
Relevant
just
questions.
Catch up after they're done.
yeah, basically I'll try to keep an eye on when there's moments of quiet. Like, way, hey lads. And hey, Furf, how's it going?
I don't know why the wheels in the front just remind me of can openers. You're Space Boys, huh?
Chaos paint jobs can get very colorful.
Be chaotic if you want to say.
Well, it depends if you're going with a proper, like, selected god or chaos undecided. God, I miss Flash, though. As for, like, holy spam, again, I've played back in the day when speedrunning Brayflocks hard.
Holy spam,
Like, it
yeah.
just, yeah, I've been there, I've done that. Oh, that's sick! It's the fucking Materia Keeper, the Scorpion Guard.
This guy has some nonsense from memory.
I would assume if you attack while the tail is up, he will counterattack. Scanning missiles, yep. Oh, fancy.
I think you're talking from a reference point of view, the one, if not a mechanic point of view.
Hmm?
You said how your these tails up for counterattack. The one
Oh,
like,
yeah, that's,
yeah.
do we need, do they... Oh, yeah, that's fine. I'll just... I have ranged! I can just smack you with ranged! Ha ha! It isn't just shield toss. This is lovely.
hammer more mechanics on that guy, but hey, that's probably good for you.
That is good for me, actually.
Yeah, they did make combos much nicer to keep.
Yeah, it does seem like your combo trigger stays up for a shitload longer.
It does. Probably why I don't like that last boss is he forces you to run out. And I was used to playing Old Monk, I would just lose all my shit.
Yeah, lose your shit, yeah.
None of that.
Oh, whoa, hello. Everybody's here. Circle of Scorn cancels your combo. Oh my. This is Nova Palace with a Griffin Man statue.
Griffins is an Alan Megan thing. What was that? Bending again?
The same, yeah, the same one.
Big guy.
Oh, there's lads in the back somewhere? Oh.
Fucked that up pretty hard.
It cancels the AoE combo. I don't know if it cancels the regular combo. I'll try. Unless I just, like, hit the wrong thing somewhere. Also quite possible.
That was hectic. I don't need them. So.
記録開始
This fucking dude on a floating chair? That's sick.
Probably not a bug syntax. Maybe do a thumbs input with his last.
Okay.
Alright, he does nonsense from memory.
Toll extraction.
I forget what needs to happen here.
Don't get shot or grabbed.
Get back to your body.
Right.
なんと肉体に魂が
And you kill the grabby hands.
敵戦力が予測値バカだ
That was kind of cool. As long as he doesn't break out the same trick multiple times.
I don't think he has enough health for that.
Cool mechanic to face once. Yeah, cool boss though. I like that. Mad scientist in a floaty chair.
The boss's
Pending
mechanics
healing.
do get really fun.
This dungeon has a mount drop. Does it drop? Is it his chair? Because that would be a sick mount.
Alright. Where are the searchlights? We need them gone.
It's I think.
Hell yeah, that'd be awesome, Kota.
You can only get it from the final boss as well.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
It's a 1% drop rate. Apparently.
Okay. Need to get Kath and Kim's sound clip for Provoke. Look away, look away, look away.
Look away.
That's the joke most of your audience are not going to get.
You pack of shunts.
Oh.
Gonna drink some Carbonet. Oh, yeah. I think everyone that would get that reference is currently in this call.
This I probably could have big pulled.
Yeah, part of it is just knowing what the hell you're
Yeah.
doing when it comes to big pulls.
Everybody's got the symbol on as well, which means everyone's just come back.
Yeah.
So I don't want to like overstress the healer either.
Go left.
Oh, big lads. Nice. I do so love me some iron giants.
These guys are complicated from memory.
Good old classic Final Fantasy enemies. I should probably use mitigation cooldowns.
Yeah, we discovered that on Senpai last night.
Nah, he can't buy.
You can't buy Poetics yet.
Yeah, I can. He can't.
Gotta finish the last mission in flat base expansion.
Oh no, Dweeb is here. Yeah, this guy does have shit going on.
Yeah, it looks like he's gonna have mechanics for each sword he draws.
I don't think Rowena does either. Even if you're gonna access it, I don't think you can sell it or buy it.
Out. Or in? In. I don't know.
Now, is that off Chisuri? No, it isn't. It's just instant speed cost. I see.
I always just end up, whenever I actually finish patches on time, I usually buy the highest level raid gear stuff.
You sure that's an out?
Oh,
Yeah.
it does lines.
But then he clones himself.
Oh, I see. Nice trick.
Now he's tethered to the healer.
Am I supposed to break the tether? Oh,
Nah,
I
he
see.
just does that.
I see, yeah, okay, so you just want to turn that into the wall, basically.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, wanted to get out of the electricity because it's giving us paralysis, I see.
Yeah, that's just... Alright, Heathers.
Okay, yeah, so turn these into the wall.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, don't get knocked out. All the swords. No, we're all killing separate swords. Don't be doing that.
We need to... Oh,
He's gonna go to each sword.
one and set off a bang. I see. Oh, and that would have hurt more if he'd had more charge.
Kind of like the nails, right? If I'm correctly.
Yep. We lost our Reaper at the end there.
Yeah, your Reaper was unarmed.
Has this guy even said anything outside of his combat lines?
Throughout the rest of the story, a ton.
Has he?
Yeah.
Yes, a lot.
Oh, okay.
Did Ramen run away? Alright, well, you get a call.
Oh, that's why the Reaper died. He DC'd.
Yeah. He didn't die. He's still there. I don't care about those, and I don't care about those.
Well, but the money for let him figure out his own stuff.
What?
The newbie. He's asking if he wants to chat about your class rotation, and it's like, well, it's not like you haven't played the game for 3,000 hours or something.
Don't backseat. It's rude.
Yeah.
Now he is actually saying stuff.
いいぞいいぞやってくれるではないか。最初に対峙した時には失望したものだが、戦いの旅を経てよくぞここまで鋭さを増してくれた。それでこそ狩りの獲物にふさわしい。今の貴様の鋭さであれば俺の喉笛も食いちぎれよう。そうだ、俺はそういうものと命を削り合いたかった。我らの試合、この程度では終わらせぬぞ。貴様が牙を研いだように、俺も新たな力を得た。来い、最上の決戦と行こう。
Come, we shall dance after I walk off.
It's the menagerie.
Don't bother reading the English if you don't need to, Sion. It's mostly all wrong.
Bear will figure it out.
Again, he's a veteran player.
He also has his own way of doing things.
Because it's an MMO, and you can do that. Like I did.
I might be able to increase the text size. That's something I actually may be able to fix.
Yeah, you can make the speech bubbles bigger, yeah.
帝国への復讐に囚われた男が猛襲の果てに呼び下ろした破壊の力を
Also, if it sounds like people are like pissed off or like non-emotive, it's because it's fucking late. We're trying not to disturb people around us.
こいつの中に渦巻いているのは純粋な破壊衝動
And the Australian accent can sound a bit whiny at times.
哀れな思えばこれ貴様が俺と楽しむために仕込んだことだ。貴様らが復讐機を追い立てて神を下ろさせ対抗策として放ったオメガ神を俺の手元によこした。おっと過ぎたおしゃべりだったか。だが許せ。こうも楽しいことなど経験がない。
It's currently 1:30 a.m. and we're going to be going for a
貴様
while.
が発するものであれば言葉の一つにも耳を傾けたいとさえ思う。そうだな。貴様ならこの神をどうする？
Oh,
Cool, Kami. So, little god?
Okami is...
Okami
No,
is big god.
Kokami.
Oh, Kokami, yeah. Child god.
No.
貴様はこいつを倒せると。さすがは神狩りの英雄というわけか。
Oh, it might just be
大した自信だな。
God. Yeah, Kami.
しかし想定の域を出ない反応だ。だからこそ己の異能さ
A
え
bit
使い
after
こな
this
せてい
is
ないのか。
all the story I've done.
超える
Did the next fight need
力
fixing?
があれば神に干渉されぬばかりか。神に干渉し従えることすらできただろう。倒すことしか知らぬとはやはり蛮族よな。
Yeah, like,
ガイウスの報
I guess
告
tell us
書で
after the
超え
fight
る
so it's
力の
not to ruin
存在
anything
を知
for
った
Bear.
時、俺は真っ先に神を屈服させ従えることを無双したぞ。だからこそ研究させ、
Oh,
そし
okay.
て超越者たる力を得たのだ。ガレマール帝国は万神討滅
I
を
don't remember
国是
ever
とす
that
る。
issue.
国府ソル
would
テ
have
ィ
been
が
post
東州遠征時に万神により
Like way
滅びた地を目撃したことで、星を蝕む脅威を実感し正義の戦いを始めたという。俺に言わせればそんなもの恐怖の裏返しに過ぎん。万神を恐れ滅びを恐れ、故に戦い続ける。なんと哀れな。戦いとはな、楽しむために行うべきなのだ。生きるため、食らうため、互いに牙を向き合うのが獣の差がなれど、狩りを閲楽に変え、戦を楽しむのは人だけに与えられた特権だ。
He's breaking out his happy face.
無慈悲な世界に生まれたなら、たった一つの命を燃やして戦を楽しまずにどうする。貴様には理解できるはずだ。俺の同類だからな。今の貴様ならば終生の友としてそばに置いてもいいとすら思う。どう？
Hey, Huff.
だろうな。やはりお前は俺の同類だよ。結局は戦いになるのだとそう理解している。今お前の頭の中を占めているのは、最後の戦いがどのような楽しみをもたらすのかだけ。今も早く戦いたくて心が震えているのだろう。まさしく同感だ。お前こそがやはり俺の唯一の友にふさわしい。アラミ語の派遣などもはやどうでもいい。ただ共に楽しもうぞ。
But he talks a lot, doesn't
Someone's got to have some plot in this X pack.
It's literally his X pack. Issue is simple. What he says in English is not what he's meant to say. This is probably the most poorly translated character I can think of.
Oh well. I hope you like dragons,
神を
Bear.
寄せつけぬこの力。お前が持つ天部の才を俺は力ずくでものにしたぞ。
He's a special dragon. Also, it's FF. Everything is sort of highly detailed.
そして俺は超越者として神をも従
Neat trick.
終わりの戦の始まりだ
I mean, I think we've seen this trick before.
Have we?
I think someone else has fused with a primal before, haven't they?
There
No, it's
was
the first time.
uh,
sure.
Okay.
Shiva, but that wasn't a fusion. That was she was.
No, fair enough.
This. Well, the eyes he had. Is that the like?
Right?
What the Empire cooked up their own echo buff.
Yeah, I think that is. Yeah. I don't think I can get to where you are currently.
Yeah, no, this is still instanced.
Well, no, because I don't get transported there.
You should be able to fly up here, no?
He's not on the map.
I'm not on the regular map. Yeah, this is
Nah, it's-
literally
yeah, that's
the
kind of
menagerie.
thing,
It's
though.
instanced.
Up there.
Yeah, I think, yeah, there's someone you could speak to
Probably.
get there.
Oh,
There'll be an NPC. that
well,
can
there's
take you
the
up
there's
there.
the. I just need to go to the door at the back, I assume.
Yeah, that'll queue you for a new thing.
Yeah.
So. Now, this on tier was quite difficult. I don't know how difficult it's gonna be. Prepare for real mechanics.
Right.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say anything. Enjoy.
Oh, it's a proper
Yep.
Yes.
8-man. Shit, does it have tank swap?
Yes. It's mechanics you know. But I'm not gonna spoil anything.
Oh,
You might have, yeah, your other quests, yeah, that are selected, yeah.
Let me see. Take you up there. Can the Aetherite take you up there?
No, there's no Ethernet thing up here. There's
Yeah,
a
now
link to one of the-
now we
one
need
of
to
the
wait for people to
guys.
actually queue for trials.
Yeah, that is gonna be a problem.
It should be dailies.
Yeah, but at 1:30 a.m.
Yeah.
doing trials
Yeah. It's
on a Monday.
Tuesday now, but yeah.
Oh, well, I've got the chance.
The thing is, everyone outgears this now, so
It's Chinese New Year today, but it's in Australia. See, on Chinese New Year's not a thing.
only for the Chinese community.
Yeah, but like
The rest
not
of
a
us,
holiday.
yeah.
That's what I mean by that. Yeah. But it is the reason why I got today and tomorrow off, so I can't complain.
Fair enough.
My client's from Singapore, so
Yeah, it'll be in the trials roulette. It's just a matter of who's online.
yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think the copyrighted stuff in the bards can actually be copyrighted.
It doesn't bother me anyway.
And he's not going to go to Limsa Limsa, so it's fine. It's literally only Limsa Limsa.
Oh, you'll find people performing at Gridania as well.
True, but not as yeah. Why would you want Golden Week as a holiday? It just means the week before and the week after are absolutely fucked in terms of workloads. And that's saying something.
It also has like no cultural context outside of Japan.
All Golden
Whoa.
Week is, it's literally 3 different holidays at once. Because you got Golden Week and Silver Week. And it's not might be true, but I experienced Golden Week crunch, so I know.
It says less than 5, so people are queuing.
Well, the people have like it's half populated.
Well, no,
Silver
it's
Week-
you, me, and a healer.
Yeah.
Oh,
Get out of here, that'd be fine. Silver Week is the B-Tech version of Golden Week, so Golden Week is usually a full week off, or even longer, actually, it's usually 8 days, but, you know, Silver Week is, I think, like a 4-day week off, essentially.
Golden Week's only for kids, though, right?
No, Golden Week's for everyone, because it's 3 public holidays, and they're usually on a Monday, Tuesday, and a Friday, so they just give you the entire week off, because there's no point getting you home to work for 2 days. Like, you just fucks with the productivity. And because it's also a kids' cultural day and stuff like that, you have the time off. So it's kind of like expected time off, more or less. Same with Obon. Technically, it's actually a public holiday.
It's like Melbourne
But-
Cup Day here. People, like some companies, just give you the day off.
Well, it's an official public holiday.
Not in New South Wales.
It's an official public holiday for me because it's usually around my birthday. So I just take it off.
Yeah, it's not an official public holiday in New South
Yeah.
Wales.
In Victoria, it isn't.
Yeah, I think it is in Victoria. Yeah.
But also AFL Grand Final Day is a public holiday there.
Finals Day is tricky. Bear doesn't get these off.
No, fucking oath,
I've
mate.
never gotten any of them off in my life because of my line of work.
Me neither, actually, because of my line of work. So why would I take it off? It's $90 an hour. Oh, 90 is 70 something, but still.
I can increase the text size. I just need a text box to interact with.
I think you can just do it from the menus. I'll have a look while you're sitting there. It's map font.
You've added a browser source.
Yep.
Oh, that's me.
Yeah, but it hasn't updated correctly. That's always the bugger with this thing.
My apologies.
I think the Duty Finder's lying.
It does that quite a bit.
Oh, they like you never trust the ETA.
I'm a DPS man. The ETA is forever until it pops.
There. I think my worst queue was 4 hours for some Heavenswood content.
Jesus.
I'll just stop playing at that point.
I just started playing Counter-Strike. I just left it in a different window.
Oh well. We're gonna do the MMO special of stand around.
Yeah.
/sit/sit.
Mine is set to default to. It's trying to load. $500,000. Jesus Christ, what are you doing, Coda? I hadn't anticipated this, I'll be honest.
What, the queue?
Yeah,
I mean,
I didn't think about trials. I was like, yeah, dungeons will be no trouble. And indeed, dungeons are no trouble.
yeah, we're not on JP time anymore. You gotta remember that. So if it passes midnight, the player count will drastically drop.
Gotta go to the Queen's Garden to guard the menagerie, seems like.
What?
If you speak to the Flame of Fury, he'll take you back up to the menagerie.
Oh, right.
Oh, okay. Alright.
Because,
Literally
Nerf
not
was trying to
there
get
for
there
me.
earlier.
He's not there.
Oh, it's not an entrance either?
Nope.
Okay. Maybe the game's like, fuck you.
It's a story section. There's no reason to go there apart from...
It's pretty.
Fair enough.
Thanks, Half.
He ain't here for me. And yeah, that's just the duty queue.
No worries, Senpai.
Not a lot happening. We're waiting for a queue pop.
Oh, actually, thinking about it, if I talk to the NPC, I should be able to dibble with the text box.
Right.
Okay, 200% is maybe a little aggressive.
Nah,
So,
it's perfect.
60, 140.
Maybe it's still a little bit big, but yeah. Yeah, this is Half's drawing, not mine. I don't draw. I don't even know what this is from. This drawing.
Hop's quick enough. She
No.
could have doodled that in 5 seconds.
She said it's an
It's
old
old,
photo.
old.
It's an Origin of Sancho?
Yeah, it's a squawky chicken from forever ago.
Yeah, I know what it is. It's a phoenix with Araragi from Monogatari, Abaka Monogatari's bloody thing. I know what it is.
Probably just a sketch.
Oh,
from the-
yeah, okay, it's true.
It's I was gonna say the curry. Yeah.
Curry, yeah, holy shit.
Foosh.
It's cute.
It's old school. Alright, hang on, where was I? If I do these ones... Are you okay there, Kota? Do you have milk? Milk may be required.
He said he wants to eat another one. So, I think it's okay.
I don't know. It is Kota.
Yeah.
This is fine. Just don't kill yourself.
Don't eat hot chicken, it's me.
Needs more family cheeky.
How do you chill with hot? Ask the Swedish. They chill out in saunas.
Or ask Australians. We go outside and drink beer.
No, we die. We just
we
spontaneously
die.
combust.
We die after about 24 bottles of 2E's extra dry. Cans, I should say. Oh no, bottles. It doesn't come in cans.
I wonder if this still works. Don't know where it exists. That's a problem. In what universe do you exist? None! Excellent! Okay, there we go.
It's actually doing it.
Well, he literally hasn't gained members in the last 10 minutes, so...
Understandable.
Hang on, it's not right. There it goes. Well, it was already, by pure chance, Fav, it was already set and ready to go. So it's just like, alright, I can do this. It won't be going for long, though, because I've used up most of my crew. Everybody's on cooldown. No, we're not doing any story content. Yeah, secret FGO stream. Phobos catastrophe, single target, isn't it?
Almost
Oh boy,
catastrophe is
Nikola Tesla.
multi-target.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Nice.
Literally the like basic archer arrow rain trick.
I've really not used her much.
Ignore. Yeah, they both have an F in there. Kura, it's the same thing.
It's all waifus.
Both, yeah, true. All waifus.
Yeah, see, Shantoto's here.
I mean, we can't see it because the
Oh.
game's in the way.
Anyone really waifu Shantotto?
I don't think you can. She waifus you after
No.
appearing out of a portal.
You are nothing to her.
There we go. Now she's just sitting there mocking everybody. Yeah, this is a bit of a concern. I hadn't
the healer drop.
Yeah, that's on. We're back down to
Just us.
nobody in queue.
Yeah. Yeah. Wish I could have leveled a healer and joined you guys, but yeah.
Wouldn't matter. We gotta fill full 8 man.
But 2 healers and a tank should have tricked something.
No, the queue is just queue. It fills up if there's people there. It doesn't prioritize people with more people. Just if there's empty slots, it throws you in on.
Unselectable recovery time. What's the point of this event?
That is the point of this event.
No, like, what is this event? I don't know. I haven't played a Fate in a long time.
It's like the Setsubun event. Your servants go on cooldown when you use them.
Is it Amazon?
Yeah.
Well, then it should be no cooldown. Amazon workers don't get cooldowns.
That's part of the plot. I mostly just wanted the costume, which was at floor 100, which I got. The rest is just extra.
My patron saint can't be this cute.
I was mostly just too exhausted the last week to...
Only saint I see on screen is George.
Yeah, St. George. He's
Okay.
my Serbian side's patron saint. So yeah. Whenever it's his patron saint day, we have Slava. So yeah, gotta go eat food and a lot of it, and get mega drunk. Hey. Oh, never mind. It happened. I thought the queue pop is not used to fucking duty finder.
Yeah, no, I'm just mucking into menus.
Fair enough.
So solid chance that it won't.
Yeah. You built up a tolerance quota.
That's how Bear got to level 10 at Coco Giovanni.
To be fair, he could have gone 10 out the gate. They just wouldn't let you.
True.
They literally had a thing on their menu saying, "We won't give you a 10 until you prove you can go above
Work
a
your
5."
way up, yeah.
Yeah,
Still can't believe how solid that curry was.
it's the best shit ever. I didn't even go to 10.
Anything other than a 3 or a 4, that's kind of where I max out.
7 was where I liked it. The people looked at us like we were nuts.
It's not a waste of food thing, it's a if you can't
Nice
handle it, you
level.
might sue us thing.
Yeah.
Same reason why you can't take seafood home in Australia at a lot of restaurants.
Yeah, because it goes bad when left in a car and people die.
Yeah. Especially lobster and crabs, they can get ammonia. They go off and rotten.
Yep. To be fair, most foods that spoil can kill you.
But it's just easier to spoil seafood than meat and pasta.
It's also less obvious when it's off.
True.
You can usually tell when pasta's gone bad.
Why is my red pasta green?
Hey, another DPS is in the queue.
Yeah, because I asked.
Oh. Who did you ask?
Novice Network.
Oh.
Do you not have a Indian or a Thai place? Fab.
Yeah, I think one of the other issues is the majority of players on the server are not up to this.
Yeah, awkward progression.
So a lot of the probably more established players will log on, do their dailies, log off, sort of thing. Whereas all the progression, like the story progression players,
Yeah, they're gonna be back a bit still.
Unfortunate, really, because the new players are going to jump on, and it's going to feel completely left out.
no, they'll all be moving at similar paces. So
Well, it's more if you're doing shit at 1 a.m. because you finish work at midnight, like I used to.
Oh, shit!
well, it popped
Oh, it popped.
all at once. It probably mashed two queues together.
Probably, yeah.
Now, hopefully we don't have people drop.
This is a real fight.
Yeah, that's what I'm worried about. It's gonna have a few wipes while we learn. Hopefully people don't just bail.
I'll try to call shit out for you. It's not that difficult. Let the other tank take. Alright, here we go.
Oh, hang on. You don't even need to be that close to him.
Nope.
No.
Run toward the water spout.
It's Levy.
Ah, shit. Yeah. That wasn't close enough.
I see. I'm assuming I don't want to drop that on people?
Stack.
Oh.
That's the stack icon. He does Ankh Moors, which he wants the tanks to take.
Laser charging.
I'm gonna just stay still.
Left wing, ominous glow. So is the corrupted Aether where he does the knockback?
Judgment Bolt. No, the knockback is the water spouts. This just hurts.
Oh, okay.
Run toward one of them. It's the best you can do.
Oof.
Okay, ads, pick them up.
Very important.
Shit. That one. Is it just run and pray?
Take as little damage as
Yeah.
you can there.
Oh, I see. I should have.
Yeah, you put your barrier
Big,
up for
big,
that one.
yeah, big shield ability there.
Be prepared to mash.
Mash.
You'll see.
Oh,
Now the fight starts.
now someone was still in tether. Wait, back pimples?
No.
Void space?
Oh god, run toward him.
Oh, sheet balls!
Run forward. I think there's a trap on the side of the box that you can get.
Alright, now he's gonna drop dragon bullshit. You want to stack with the other tank to take it. Oh, also don't stand in
Don't stand in fire, that's normal.
Oh, you can mash any keyboard button for
shit.
that?
Bash the tail when it comes up.
Oh, I see, it's a pulsey.
Yeah.
Don't get blown off.
Hit arm's length if you don't want to cop it.
Right? Oh my. We lost platforms.
Yep.
Chains?
Split him. Split him.
Oh, split them?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Maybe? I don't know.
Well, and I'm off.
It's both the healers as well.
Full
Just get
arms.
rezzed and instantly died.
No, he's on 0.6%, and we've got healers.
Surely they res someone. It's just someone.
Nah, just kill.
Oh, they got tank up here for
Yeah.
the
Well, that was messy, but we did it.
Yeah.
Hey, it clears it clear. Doesn't matter how you do it.
I swear I've seen Jellypuff's name around before.
Whew.
Even Jellypuff said it clears it clear.
Yeah. On progression, this was rough.
It was, yeah. The ads were, yeah. Why I didn't
Potato.
bother?
Yeah, we had more than enough DPS for that one.
Still kind of normal, Senpai. You can still lose.
I think it even means over leveled. Like,
Yeah, same with EX AR
I
primals.
mean,
You can still
like
lose them
any kind
even
of
at
fight
Heaven's
where
Web.
you can fall off the edge
Yeah.
doesn't, like, gear doesn't stop that.
were this like still Stormblood monk, I would have been fine there. I just juggling shit I'm not familiar with on top of all that.
Big text box!
Yeah.
Fajita.
He's a hard boss. Like, we nearly fucked it up there.
Make me feel it. Make me feel alive again.
だがどうでもいい。これほどの戦を演じることができたのだ。一つきりの命をかけたからこそ至上の時であった。ああ、ここだ。今この時だ。俺の心臓は長くこの時のために行動してきたのだ。先など決してあるべきものか。自陣するつもりか。逃げさせない。さらばだ。俺の最初で最後の友よ。
I like Lisa's dress.
ゼノスは
Pity about her.
死にました。彼との戦いに敗れ。
そうか終わったのだな。
いや、逃げられたのかな。私には最後までただの獣にしか見えなかったよ。
そんな男の狂った思想のためにどれほど多くの人が自由か死かを選ばされてきたか。やりきれない気持ちになるよ。
だがそれでも我らは勝ったのだ。
Liberty or death is literally the motto of most South American countries.
生きている者たちのことを考えよ
Ironic.
How is the size of the text boxes now, by the way, people? Is it
Looks
more readable?
good. Yeah.
Definitely readable, yeah.
I can make it bigger yet still, but they start getting obnoxious.
It's already obnoxious though, so.
リセよ、胸を張れ。祖国を取り戻すため命かけて戦った者のために勝利を祝え。死んでいった者たちにも聞こえるように、天まで届くほどに。
That's a fair point, Kota.
Novice Network is actually
そうだ
useful.
よね。
Surprising.
ありがとう。あなたがいなかったらゼノスは倒せなかったし、この勝利
I'll
の
definitely have to keep an eye on it and return the favor.
だから一緒に祝おう。アラミゴの解放を。
Yes, her dress is nice. It's a shame about her everything else.
To be fair, when she was just a side character, she was fine.
Well, she was never just a side character because it's not actually
Yeah, I know, but,
Ida.
like-
It's her sister.
Yeah, but when she was in the background is what I mean. Like,
When she was Ida.
yeah, when she was Ida.
Is that actually the end of the plot, though? Was I literally, like, moments
Yeah,
from
literally,
finishing?
Yeah, you
that's
were
the
literally-
final boss of Stormblood. This is why I was so frustrated when you stopped. It's like you're like 2 stones from the end. Also, we got 600,000 experience for that.
God damn. I haven't seen the UI yet because I've just been in story the whole time. That's right, Thancred's a edgy boy.
It's been
What?
through some shit.
What did he give up to come back to life?
Aether. Everything. He can't do magic properly.
Right, okay.
Yeah, no.
That's why Gunbreaker exists.
Yeah, well, I don't know about that. I don't know anything about Gunbreaker. But, because Stola was her sight. Unfortunately, What's-Her-Tits came back by
Queen
fusing
Celia?
with the crystal, yeah.
She's on a nice
Black
lovely
hair is
holiday right now.
Yugiri. She's the ninja class trainer.
Along with Thancred, they kind of do the job together.
She's also rat hand woman. of
Well,
the-
she's important to a bunch of the plot out this way as well.
Oh yeah, they say.
British,
Forgot
the
about
British Empire after buying Hong Kong from China.
Wasn't she? I'm sure she brought the ninja class to Eorzea.
She's the first example of a ninja. She's not the trainer. Thancred does Rogue and another cat girl does... No, is it a cat girl who does Rogue and Thancred who does Nin? I
こ
forget.
うして
Been a while.
グレンの炎に染め上げられた戦い
Bunch
は
of
終わり
Limson pirates do Rogue.
This is funny. You can't disguise the fact that it was the Crimson Revolution was the actual title of the expansion pack.
Yeah.
But it's the meaning of the title is completely lost in the name drop there, because they didn't keep the Crimson Revolution in English.
自由と
Oh,
は
you
何
get
な
the
のだろう
credits that go forever.
These ones shouldn't be forever credits. Because this isn't the 2.0 credits, which had all the 1.x players.
Yeah.
This will just be regular credits.
Just reading novice chat, and apparently we have a shortage of DPS on
同じ
C,
自由を望んでいた人でさ
which is what?
え憎しみ合うことがあると私は知った
That should never be a thing. That doesn't sound right.
生まれた時代受け継いだ地与えられた環
Should
境
have a no. I'll link it into the chat for people because it's pretty funny.
生まれ
Dab, if you don't mind, I'm
た
gonna do that.
ん
多くの
No,
命
but
を
you can
食
have
ら
a
い
look
尽
into
くす
the thing.
Oh, you can
Bakemono
post
no
links in
seichouを遂げた
Twitch chat if you like.
Yeah.
20年の帝国支配によってアラミ語に刻ま
Yeah.
れた
Very quick fab, good job.
That's excellent.
Yeah, that's good shit.
That's fucking perfect. I can't put that up right now because movie sequence.
Sunch did.
すぐには埋められるはずもない溝だけど私は諦めないよパパリモ
Oh yeah. Oh, oh yeah.
Setsu, that's the big boy.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you gotta squash it.
supposedly.
Yeah, never saw a corpse, so.
私たちは
Used to be you could never be kicked for AFK. They changed that at some point. Don't know when.
Well, one server.
Ingestion.
Become an
Yeah.
issue. And then it was if you had your UI open or you could click your retainer, you would never get kicked.
犠牲という
They changed
対
that.
価の
And then
大
they
きさ
changed that in the most recent patch.
嫌というほど知
Specifically retainers.
っているから
Oh, most recent expansion.
だから私は死んでいったすべての人に誇れる国を作りたいそのための試練なら喜んで受けて立つ
Lisa talking like she was at all important to this expansion.
Yeah, like
and-
did anything of value? Yeah.
pretty much.
She actually caused more problems than she solved.
she did.
終わりは始まる
I really don't like.
the-
From a design reason, I understand why she was made the leader because it's a waifu, but like from a
準州とは
She's a soldier.
tactical standpoint, she makes no sense.
アラミ
She's
語
Jeanne d'Arc. She's a big head,
新しい歴史が始まったんだ
but she's also a hothead. She's unfortunately an annoying Japanese character trope of the person who runs in, causes trouble, yet everyone somehow still likes.
She just did a tehe pedo and she's fine.
Yeah. Whereas, like, in Western writing, that character would be fucking crucified, putting everyone in danger.
Literally Joan d'Arc.
Yeah. She wasn't crucified. She was burnt at the
She was
stake.
burnt at the stake. Yeah. She was crispified, if you will.
Hope you like credits, Bear.
Shout out to Ken.
Alright, thanks for coming, folks. It's been a good Final Fantasy February. Hope you enjoyed it all. The much requested Final Fantasy XIV. There we go.
That 30 minutes of the critically acclaimed Final Fantasy XIV MMO was still better than the entirety of Final Fantasy XIII.
Yep.
Unironically.
Yeah, unironically, yeah.
Can't even fault that. Fun fact, I can't use my dash on you while you're in a cutscene.
Huh.
Lost in Translation's a movie, demonic. From the Hyatt Park Hotel in Tokyo.
And no, she is not a lost in translation. It's just a
She's still shit.
yeah. That's what we call getting old, Coulter. Time
And
starts going.
the reason why she's popular in Japan is not necessarily because she's a well-written character, it's that the story
She's
is
a
written
waifu.
around her, so she just got more time on
Yeah.
the screen.
It's a waifu.
It's a waifu character, that's all it is.
She looks nice, but
Well, she looks nice too.
Yeah, she has a
and-
very pretty dress.
she's infuriating because her character boils down to "I have no patience, charge." Ugh.
That's fine, so long as you get punished for it.
Yeah, but she
She
doesn't.
literally
Yeah,
gets punished
instead
for
she gets promoted for it.
It's a stupid Japanese character trope.
it. Well, she doesn't get promoted for it. She was already promoted. She's royalty.
I suppose that's true.
So it's.
But like, no one
It's
sat her
multifaceted.
down and went, "Hey, stop."
Or we kind of did. When
She
we
didn't
fucked
listen,
off. Well, she did eventually when we fucked off and got helped.
and she got thousands of people killed.
Necessary sacrifices.
Nah.
The tactician in me says no. Literally, one of her character arcs though was doing something rash and getting a bunch of people killed.
And I
There
think
was
that's
character development there. She
Yeah.
just developed from the character development.
I didn't realize it was literally like a couple of hours to finish.
it's not even a couple hours. It's literally like 2 hours if you just progress through.
That is a couple of hours, literally.
Well, what I mean by that is like if he did it on tier, he wouldn't have had to wait 45 minutes for a queue.
Yeah, but we would have been in that fight a lot longer.
Yeah, my successful clear of that fight, I think, had 4 wipes, and that was
Oh,
on the
okay, fair
second
enough.
queue, so
Fair enough.
it was hard.
I cleared first time with one
Yeah.
wipe, I think, on tier.
It's just a lot going on.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, my money is on both Gotetsu and Step on Me Lady still being alive.
Yeah, they wouldn't get rid of it.
I'd be very surprised if they
Uh,
just
Just quickly,
dead
no
or screwed.
spoilers. Bear is speculating. I don't know what happens next.
I do.
Yeah.
And I will be saying nothing. Those little fucking turtle motherfuckers.
Oh, the cat. I like them. Their zone sucks, but
Yeah,
I like them.
Just their zone sucks, so therefore I just relate them to the bad zone. This is the part of the X pack where I just started running out of steam really quickly. And then went
Hey,
to the Asm
you're-
step.
You're not meant to burn through it in a week. Like, that's never been the intent of these games. They expect the story to last at least a month. People are just nuts.
Yeah. Yeah, well the first patch that turns the raid content on usually isn't for a month.
Yeah. Look, people just really like standing around, so they rush to the
Yeah.
end. Man, I told you it was long credits.
This isn't that bad yet.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's not even over yet.
Poor annoys me, but they basically had their budget ripped out from them, so... They do good content when they do content.
It's not as bad as PSO2, where your story patch is literally 2 hours of content.
It is actually about that bad.
No, as in, like... Yeah, I guess so, yeah.
Yeah, having gone through the SW12 content droughts, like, if you wait for everything to be done, you've got like a good, week ahead of you, but it comes out drip fed. It's so annoying.
I wonder if you'll see my German friend from work on here, because he worked on this game.
It might not be on our server.
I think he means in the credits.
Credits.
Oh, right.
He's on my server.
Yeah, I'm looking at a different screen.
Yeah. My boy Sokken. Mans is literally having cancer during Endwalker.
We're not actually done, Kuro. I just didn't realize how close to those credits we were.
Good news is we've just got questing to do for a little bit. Or we can
Well,
run roulette.
like dungeons shouldn't be a problem to get popped.
Yeah. We should run roulette for tomes, if nothing else.
Can't you press page down and it goes faster, or did I add that later? I forget.
I don't know, but I don't skip credits.
No, it's not skipping credits, it just scrolls a bit faster. It'll still play the song out fine, because it'll
Credits
take
are
too
longer
long.
than this song, yeah.
I like this song, this OST here, a lot.
Well, that'd be a pretty pathetic ending if it was. Just ends on the quote-unquote main bad guy killing himself.
I mean, it's kind of how this X-Pack felt for me.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. Like, that as an end of a game would be awful.
Yeah. There's so much left
Yeah.
undone.
Like, you hit this ending here and you know it's not over. Like, it's...
That's been every FF14.
Every X-Pack, yeah.
Well, Endwalker sort of seems to be implying that it's the end.
No comment, don't speculate. Just go for it. you things will come into you and you will change your mind very quickly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotta get through Shadowbringers first.
Yeah.
Shadowbringers does some things.
But yeah, like if 2.0 ended on its original ending point, you'd be like, what?
Well, the 2.0's original ending was basically, and then. Like,
Yeah.
it was the end of the 7th Astral era and the start of the 7th Umbral era is literally how it ends. Like, it's the start of the next era.
Heavensward ended with the Knights of the Round.
Well, it ended... Oh, you mean
It
the
had an
original
ending.
ending. Yeah.
It had an ending.
Yeah.
You save Ishgard, the dragons and the people are all happy again and getting along. Well,
Yeah,
trying to get along.
the interim content sets up Stormblood.
Yeah.
Heavenswood as its own like little X-Pack, its own little standalone story is quite good.
There's a reason they try to push it so hard in the free trial. Award-winning, yada yada. It's very, very good.
Not by far. Still my favorite X-Pack so far. But again, I'm still very biased since I did Dragoon through Heavenswood, so it was my X-Pack.
I was
Oh,
also a
really?
Dragoon, but I switched to Monk because what they did to Dragoon was messy and I didn't like it.
That's why I didn't do it in Job Quest.
I didn't need it to actually be effective.
I mean, that's what I did.
Had to do.
I did progression through EX Titan, Garuda, and
Great.
Ifrit. Yeah.
Before they drop ponies. I think they might have still dropped ponies, but the drop rate was...
No,
was-
the ponies didn't exist.
Okay.
Ponies were later.
Yeah, but the implication is, no, it's not the end.
Yeah.
You already know that.
No, well, that was because that had the
I like the Praetorium.
Ultima. Was it Ultima?
Ultima and Nero.
Yeah. That has like some of the best music in the game, and it's basically the only place that track is used.
I liked the story in there.
Or it was fine in Praetorium. Good.
I mean, I can agree with other parts of ARR being a bit bleh.
Yeah, the doing the primal thing like 4 times is like, okay, we
Doing
get it.
chores for the sylphs. Ugh. Oh, they reused the theme. That's good. It's a good piece of music.
And before that literally is 1 hour credits.
The Australian national anthem, guys.
Yeah, it's not quite. It actually reminds me of like RPG town music. more than anything.
Just the progression in the chords just really reminds me of Advanced Australia Fair. In like certain sections of it, like little 2 or 3 second pieces.
It does have a national anthem feel, which I think is the point.
Well, the original 2.0 credits were ridiculous. They were like 40-something minutes.
It's because it had all the 1.0 players and the whole 1.0 staff.
I assumed this wouldn't be that long because it didn't have the warning message. For the they added warning messages for their other big events that are like, grab yourself a cup of coffee, you're gonna be here for a while.
Yeah, but they're not. You have to speak to someone directly for that to trigger. You had to queue a dungeon for this or a trial, so that's why.
I actually do remember before Shinru they flashed that message at you.
Did it?
I don't remember.
I seem to remember that, but I could be wrong.
Maybe.
Bear doesn't have the AFK symbol yet, though, so he's good.
Ah, it's because I manually set it to 60 minutes.
Ah.
When you're king of the standing around simulator. Set your AFK to take a while.
The server order kicks you at 60 minutes now.
Does it?
Yeah.
Ah, fair enough.
Because queues.
Well, there isn't for the server we're on.
Yeah, but it's just a thing. Oh, it's 30 minutes? Oh, yeah, it is too.
MMOs are standing around simulators.
Let's see, QA. This is my department. This is just actual QA, they're not localization.
If they're smart, they've put a ticker into the credits that stops you going AFK.
Hey, look, McEnroe Mac's name is wrong.
What?
It's McEnroe. The E. is wrong,
Right.
Capitalized.
You know the guy?
I've seen him on certain things that work, so
Fair enough.
because Square Enix.
Terra's a little different. Terra's sort of its own.
Terra is not comparable.
Like, I wouldn't-
Terra's an action RPG, no?
Yeah, it's actually pretty good at what it does.
Yeah, no,
Is that the one with the lollies?
Yes. It's Korean hypersexualized, you know.
Yeah, it's just Korean. You can just leave it at that.
But it's like a tier above even most other Korean shit.
I don't know. BDO is pretty hypersexualized too in a lot of ways.
I haven't played video.
BDO is
is a bit-
the biggest Korean,
At the moment.
apart from New World.
It's more tame than
L2?
Terra. Lineage 2, does it still have players?
It's got a mobile client now, doesn't it?
Fair enough. Probably she's a very dedicated player base. I liked L2, my first MMO.
My first MMO is Lord of the Rings Online.
I've heard good things, but it's basically unplayable now.
It's
Like,
old.
I
It's
don't,
fun,
No.
but
I
it's
mean,
old.
just getting it to run is apparently an absolute pain in the dick.
That's what I mean by it's old.
RO probably was my first.
I don't count
RuneScape
RO.
one. Yeah, I don't count RO either, but yeah.
So, no, RO is an MMO. That's fine. I just didn't play it enough for me to count it.
I played a lot of RO, but
Then that counts.
Yeah,
sorry.
well, because the Oceanic servers were like free to play for like 6 months, while it was in its like quote unquote beta stages. And yeah, I don't count RuneScape as I did play that back during the like actual old school RuneScape era.
Oh yeah,
But-
I used hypersexualize and made generic. It's everything.
Yeah.
Also, RuneScape's an MMO, but
Yes, but
it is. But if you don't want to count it, that's fine.
'cause that would
Minecraft
probably be my
MMO?
first. Would be the original RuneScape.
Yeah, my first multiplayer game was Halo 1. So yeah.
Multiplayer.
Oh god.
Oh, God.
But how do you
See,
define? Because
Local included, not online.
okay,
Oh.
yeah, so I'd be going way back to one of the early
Yeah.
consoles.
MechWarrior 2.
Pretty sure it was either it was Halo 1 or Sega GT 2000 or 2002. I'm not including FIFA's. Mind you.
I don't know.
I think it was MechWarrior 2 because NetMech was a big deal and a separate disc. But if you count like at the same computer multiplayer, then that's completely different.
Yeah, no, well, that was, yeah, you said local co-op, didn't you? You said that counts.
Yeah, local co-op. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
'Cause I'm thinking
well-
of something on the, like, either something on the Super Nintendo or the Genesis.
I think.
Name any fighting game on the
Yeah,
NES.
basically.
Super Mario had a co-op mode. I mean, it was taking turns, but you know.
Actually, no, it's just Already Future. That's my first multiplayer game. I think about it. Could be there's a co-op mode for that too.
So it would actually probably be a PC game, because I remember, like, playing, like, arcade classics, like Williams arcade classics. It would probably be one of those on my mate's PC, but also...
Oh, Double Dragon, maybe?
I don't
I
think
think-
the first game I
I
played.
think it depends what you include as multiplayer game that I played. I played Double Dragon on the NES at a cousin's house. Does that
Yeah, no,
count?
that counts. Yes, any
Yeah.
form of multiplayer game.
Yeah,
It'd
yeah.
be some way back. I'd be too young. Like, I would have been too young to remember,
It's
probably.
like 5 or 6. Double Dragon's fun. Oh, there's Battletoads as well. But you don't play Battletoads.
Actually, you know what? No,
Yeah, Battletoads plays you.
you know what? I played fucking Pong
Oh,
on
there
the
you go.
Atari with my dad or my mum when I was a
But,
baby.
Like,
There's a photo of that.
the problem with like asking, you know, what video game did you play
Yeah, yeah,
multiplayer
yeah.
first is like old school arcade cabinets were in youth centers everywhere.
Yeah, it's a fair point.
Like old Gallagher's and old Space Invaders and like
Time Crisis.
But no,
That's a
not-
little
that's-
more new.
I know,
yeah,
I know.
I'm talking like pixels with
19 yeah,
dials and
1984.
knobs. Yeah.
1984 was fun.
I remember a arcade machine. Oh god, that's gonna geolocate me. I'm not gonna say that, but there was one of the old Star Wars vector-based X-Wing
Yep.
mods. Not multiplayer, but cool as
Yeah.
fuck. Trench Run.
This is definitely approaching beefy credits territory now.
It's ridiculous.
They ran out of graphics.
Like this, they did the thing where they list literally every
Yeah.
company involved.
And they kind of have to. It's part of their contracts.
Yeah, but that's when you end up of like it's pointless in another direction.
Yeah.
Because there's just so much there that you're just lost.
Pretty much every single person that that watches the credits are usually in the credits because I want to take a photo of it.
Right.
There's a point where it's okay to skip there.
It should be getting nearly done now.
I think you're about halfway through, mate.
Yeah, you're at animation. You haven't even hit localization.
Oh, we
No,
did
there was-
LQA.
Oh, they did.
No. You did internal LQA. You didn't do external LQA. Now you're at the external outsourced companies.
Yeah.
So you still got a bit more to go.
But yeah, like I always struggle when people ask, like, "Oh, what's the most influential game in your life?" And I'm
Oh,
like,
Jesus.
fuck. Like, it's just there's too many.
Yeah.
Mine is obviously Final Fantasy XIV Stormblood.
Like, it might actually be Final Fantasy VII.
For you, I'd imagine so, yeah.
Just because it was the first JRPG I ever played.
I'd say MGS might be up there, the original. Like,
But games
that
of
thing
that
line for
style
line.
I've played before.
yeah, but
Whereas,
I'm not saying like what was the first of its kind. I'm saying what was the most influential.
yeah, but Final Fantasy VII is what got me into JRPGs, Japanese video
Hey,
games.
my
and-
company, let's go.
Hmm?
Hey, it's Lars, it's my boss.
Keywords.
Oh.
Who you work for now?
It's fine, you can look him up. Hey, that's Lars's wife. Hey, that's my LQA. That's Simone is my hardware guy. These guys are all in Ireland when it was done. Now they're all in Japan. And that's it. They're all done. Nice.
Like for me, you're going back DOS era, probably. Like X-Wing and TIE Fighter, not X-Wing Versus, that came a lot later.
Yeah.
Were pretty influential. Mech Warrior was pretty influential.
See, like, I played, like, a fuck ton of Mech 3, but, like, it's...
It's good.
Playtime is kind of independent to
Yeah, I'm not talking like how much did you play a game, like how much influence
Yeah.
did it have on you?
That's what I mean. Like, FF7, I think, sort of changed my course of taste, basically.
Yeah, I didn't play FF7 as a kid because it was a PSX game.
I probably gonna have to say Jet Set Radio Future or probably Beyond Good and Evil.
Yeah.
Like,
I guess Halo 2 as well, or Halo as well.
you'd probably argue that the Metal Gear franchise is more meaning as such, but...
It'd be in your top 5 easy.
Oh, easy. But, like, on one end, I've got JRPGs. On the other end, I've got, like, Metal Gear.
The Baldur's Gate series is pretty up there for me.
Yeah.
Way up there.
Yep.
3 could be a dumpster fire. Whenever the fuck it comes out.
Alright, we're up to logos. We're getting near the end of the credits, folks.
You're right near the end. When the sound crews start and like physics
Yeah.
engines start getting credited.
Thingy.
Technology.
I was gonna say,
Technology.
Baldur's Gate 1. Like, I played that far enough back that I literally had to do the, like, disc by disc install because it couldn't fit the whole game on the hard drive.
Yep, that was Baldur's Gate 2 as well.
Yeah.
Because it was bigger.
Right,
Yeah.
2 is one of my favorite games of all time.
Yeah, I really'd like to get a co-op campaign of Baldur's Gate in sometime. That would be a lot of fun.
I'm not sure if you guys remember. You guys are too old for this actually. Windows 95, a whole bunch of Tonka games came out.
No, I
Do you guys
remember
remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah. I played
Tonka games,
shit
no.
out of those Tonka games. And also
My,
the Pajama Sam Thunder and Lightning Aren't So Frightening, that
oh,
series of games.
yes. Yeah. So
That's-
those, well, because those are all by
those are-
Ron Gilbert.
Yeah.
Yeah, Pajama Sam, Spy Fox, Putt Putt.
Yeah, yeah.
That's, yeah, because that's all by Ron Gilbert. So, like, yes, they're kids' games, but they're amazing.
Yeah. Beyond Pajama Sam 2 is probably one of my favorite games of all time. Pajama Sam Thunder and Lightning Aren't So Frightening. That's probably the first game, like PC game I've ever played that I remember.
That's a pretty... Jesus Christ, Kota. Saya no Uta. Yeah, that could definitely have
I guess-
influences.
Yeah, that is definitely influential.
Yeah.
There were a lot of like movie tie-in games from when I was a kid that weren't actually shit.
Yeah, a lot of the Kellogg's like cereal games are pretty fun too.
Fucking Cool Spot. Actually, that was a pretty.
Well,
mediocre
I mean, there
one.
was some really good giveaways
The
in the
Shrek,
Kellogg's
the
boxes.
Shrek pinball games were a lot of my favorites.
There was a giveaway of the original Age of Empires at one point with cereal boxes.
Yeah, it's true.
AOV was a big deal. Still is a big deal. My dad is back playing. He just played through all of AOV 2 because he did that. Like, that was his game. And he just went, oh, there's a definitive edition. I feel like gaming again. It's COVID. Let's go.
Yeah.
And now he's
Nice.
playing 4. And I'm just like, cool.
Hey!
I corrupted my
Hey!
dad.
Pachi.
Actually, my dad corrupted me.
We're done.
Returned the favor.
Alright, congrats. We cleared the final boss of Stormblood.
Yeah, the credit sequence.
The credit sequence. Oh, hello.
What are you doing here, Estinian? Fucking breaking out the yada yada.
Ooh, I wonder what
Forgot
he's talking
he
about.
showed up.
Ooh. What do
Interesting.
you know?
Oh. Organize. Oh no.
Okay. So, was it because Griffin had them? Then he fell off the wall and turned into Shinryu?
Yeah.
And since we smacked Shinryu, that de-eyesed, or caused the eyes to drop.
And now Estinian is gonna do Estinian things.
Almost, buddy. You almost did the right thing. Oh, shit! There we go!
He's learned.
Hey,
forgot about
yeah.
this bit.
Holy shit! Well done, sir.
I do like his,
did
like,
his job
jazzed
quite.
up relic weapon. That's pretty cool.
Nizheg is certainly one hell of a pronunciation of Nidhogg.
Nizheg?
He's Japanese.
Oh.
He's trying. The language doesn't quite work that way.
We've got a few Nordic peoples here. They probably know how to say it.
Restvogar.
What the fuck? We're going sci-fi.
This is just the Empire.
Yeah, okay, here's the imps.
They didn't give him a voice?
Yeah. Always with these motherfuckers. So how would you say Nidhogg in with the Nordic pronunciation, given it's a Nordic word?
It should be voice. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on. Oh, you know what? I don't remember if it was voiced or not. It could just be that the English voice cast is a lot cheaper.
Or they just thought this feels weird. Let's put some voice here. Yeah. Just Nidhogg. I know sometimes there's an R on the end, like Nidhogger.
Need Pogger.
No, it's his brother. Big reveal.
See, I don't remember how all the Asians work.
They're immortal.
Yeah.
Basically, unless we ether kill them.
Yeah. Well, I don't remember who's who and what's what is the thing.
I didn't know Lise was there.
Yes.
You can keep Minfilia.
Who the fuck is Mefrid?
Mefrid.
Yes, we know what Asians are.
Mefrid's one of the Alamegans from memory. From memory.
Oh, go do the fucking end of game thing. Talk to all the
Yeah.
NPCs.
I'll meet you back in Ralga's Reach.
Yeah.
Can buy you a better stick. Not that you were losing threat, but, you know, better stick is better stick.
Well, my assumption is that whatever body that Asian is using is someone the Emperor knows.
So I remember thinking at the time, and I thought it again, is he's like hijacked his son's body. and
That
he's
was
like,
my
"You
that would be
piece
my
of shit."
first guess. Because there was no corpse, just the eyes.
What is that character? Is it an O with a squiggly?
Yes, it's an O with a lion on top.
Yeah, we don't have those in English.
That's
Well,
not on
we
my
do.
keyboard. I can't read that.
Yeah, we do, but we don't use them. I can look it up, I guess. So I can just play a video. Nope, that's wrong. Nidhogg. Okay. Nah, it is pretty close to how we would actually say it. If it's a TH sound, that would become like Nidhogg, which in English you would then corrupt to Nidhogg. A lot of English is memorization, rather than the text telling you anything. Nidhogger, yeah. I can see
And
how that
Nidhogger.
becomes... Yeah,
Yeah.
I can see how that becomes D.
I'm assuming the crazy bitch will turn up again.
Oh, fucking
Cordola.
Minago. I
The-
forgot Minago was a thing.
Yeah, she's kind of important.
Yeah.
She's kind of very important. She's the only one that can kind of calm down Lisa.
Step on me, bitch, or...
No,
other
no, no.
reason?
The one they
Cordola.
gave the fake echo to.
Yeah, for $4.
Yeah, the mercenary chick, or royal guard chick, whatever her name is.
$4.
Cordola. Can you underwater here? You cannot.
She was arrested and taken to
Yeah.
the brig.
Yeah, which means she's not done with.
No.
Well, we spent enough time with her that she's semi-sympathetic, so... She's just following her orders, really.
She's also quite greedy, and she kind of realized that when she got shit smacked out of her.
That's true.
Well, didn't she end up refusing to nuke her allies?
Yeah. She had some form of a redemption arc.
Yeah, language is hard, especially when you speak the one everyone else tries to speak. There's not a lot of incentive.
Yes, Japanese.
Probably one up there on the list of languages people try to learn. But the language of trade is English, so we never get incentivized to learn anything else. Also, English is not like a pitch language, so it's tricky.
Okay, the voices came back.
Yeah,
The voices are back in my head.
English is a stress, syllabic stress language, not a tonal language. More like German than it is other things.
As it's Germanic.
It is Germanic, yes. With some Latin and French layered on just to fuck it up.
As the French used to do.
To be fair, they conquered us. Well, they conquered England, which is where the language is from.
And so did the Nords.
No, everyone had a go, but the French had a rather large influence. Anyway, York is a Norse town. Jorvik in the Norse.
That one video by Mapman is quite good on the Nordic, Celtic, or French naming schemes of towns. Celtic. Yeah.
Celtic is the fucking American basketball team, which I never understood why they say it that way.
It's also the football team from Ireland called Celtic.
That's weird because it's Celtic even in Irish, but fair enough.
I've only heard the British say it, so yeah.
Bye bye, Lise. No one will miss you.
Oh,
Take Minfilia with you.
So I do know a little bit about Celtic Gaelic languages because that's where my heritage is from, and I looked into it out of interest. Can't speak a fucking word, but you know, I know the basic rules.
I can speak Celtic. Potatoes.
I mean, it's probably in the dictionary, so you know, fair call. And potatoes are a big vegetable of the gods. So you can do so much with potatoes. Oh, okay. So you're told it didn't die.
She just was bitching about being injured, so yeah, she's not dead, just hurt.
Oh, I forgot about the little, the cattier.
Relay. Yeah, she's kind of important.
Yeah, there's just a lot. It'll come back as I see all the characters again.
So, most of the Scions are from Scions, because I'm American. Scions have a base of operations for Charleon. They all went there to do their magical bullshit.
Yeah, I remember now. She was in Heavenswood as well.
Yes.
Yeah, I just forgot she existed.
Which
comes around the same time.
Kyrie, how do you say her name?
Kyrie.
She was kind of important in this, is because she's the one the Empire used to make their fake echo.
Fake echo, yeah.
The one bit of important plot from this whole thing.
Fake echo.
The Empire has access to fake echo.
Is it fake if it works? Imitation echo?
Made in China echo.
Well, this is Mongolia, so made in
made in
Mongolia. Actually, if Doma is Japan, Alamigo is basically Mongolia. Is there
Yeah, but
China?
it's the Empire.
No. Azim Steppe is Mongolia. Alamigo is like
Middle
Istanbul.
East.
Yeah, Turkey.
Yeah. Persia, that kind of thing.
Persia, yeah.
Garlemald is what, Russia?
Yeah.
Actually, yeah, thinking about it.
Well, hello.
Fugu?
All right. Yeah.
外れてしまった
Yeesh.
か。
Big
Yeesh.
boy.
全く糧を得るのも楽ではござらぬ。
I reckon
Ah,
that
he's not
looks-
dead.
No.
I was right.
No corpse means
Yeah,
living
not
boy.
dead.
のよかとも思ったが、どうやら拙者生きておる。
I mean, technically the Echo is already Magitech, kinda.
やっと
Heidelin's
悟っ
weird.
た死に場まで気合で乗り越えんでもよかろうに。天はまだ拙者になすべきことがあるとでも申すか。
Why would they keep Kami like that untranslated?
I
Why
don't
wouldn't you just say
know.
gods?
They're trying to give it a Japanese flavor.
なこと
They should have just had them
ままな
all
らぬ
speaking Japanese.
しかも
Yeah, just have it in
より
Japanese.
にもよってこやつも一緒とは。
Deal with it, weebs.
But yeah. Hey, there she is.
Yeah. Okay. I had totally forgotten this scene.
Yeah, I was trying not to say anything.
That's good.
For those
Forgetting things
that
is fine.
didn't, those two were implied to have died about halfway through the X-Pack and
Yeah. in the
called
console.
bullshit immediately.
Halfway? I'm pretty sure it's like 75%.
No, it's roughly halfway.
Doma Castle, I don't think so.
It's 3 zones in.
Oh, hey, it's Pix and Wedge.
And Sid.
There's actually way more like engineers now, just standing everywhere.
Oh, I think Jessie's never shown again, and like after you get the Magitech mount.
Yeah, but there's no. She's right here.
Is she?
Yeah, like she's in the town. Filio,
Oh.
Jesse, Alpha, the baby chocobo, the Magitech terminal that I can talk to. Ah, that's where you get your savages from.
Oh, actually, there. But yeah, there she is, right there.
So yeah, 67 is quite far through Doma Castle.
Oh, fair enough. It felt like halfway to me because you do a lot after it.
Jesse's a good girl.
I liked the starter dungeons to Stormblood quite a lot. The boat trip one, especially, and like the wind, like Windy Steps one. That was super cool.
Speaking of, we're gonna need to look up whether all the dungeons are critical path or
If there's optionals, yeah.
yeah.
There's probably optionals. Hello. Best boy is here.
Hero?
Who else has that model?
It's Nero.
I like Nero. He's a
Yeah,
really cool
he's great.
character.
It's Char.
Fucking David Bowie.
Yeah, it's David Bowie, I guess, so yeah. Under pressure.
This is where David Bowie went when he died. He's also like very like Metal Gear in his appearance. He's got like a Miller thing going.
Yeah, it's true.
More specifically, Liquid Snake as Miller. Fucking finally.
Took a little while.
Can't hear
Oh.
it, but I'm clapping.
You're in Rauga's Reach.
Yeah, well, that's where the story took us.
Yeah, you get free port. Come down to the vendor, buy yourself a sword. You can probably get the shield as well now that I think about it, because for whatever reason they divide your weapons into two. I think it's this lady here. You go to XIV Gear Exchange. That's where I think the highest eye level is. Because the rest needs like tokens from bosses and shit.
Poetic.
Yeah. Skyven, it should be I-400? Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is literally better than anything else she offers, I think. Unless Seiryu is better. Nope. 395 on Seiryu. And then yeah, she's got... And yeah, all the armors from this lady. Oh, it's like proper Allegan. Yeah, it's called Skaven. I'm pretty sure Nero made it. That's sort of a minor spoiler, I guess, in the gear name. I wish it would just show me my gear and not everyone else's. I can't afford any of that. But... As I can afford... Nope, can't afford the rings either. Yeah, chest and pants have the most. But yeah, I need more than what I've got. Weapon's the most important thing. Did you get one?
Yeah, he got his weapons in his chest and pants.
Why'd you have so many poetics?
I have no idea.
First quiz to get you extra. Yeah, 1800.
Oh, right. I must have spent mine when
Yeah.
they were on here. Yeah, I think I did. I think Bear outgears me now. It's just when I left, I was gathering gear, so I probably didn't have many to start with.
Right. Well, that's some gear at least.
Yeah. You've now got 20k health.
Yep. Now, what I need to do first is fucking aetherite currents.
That last zone?
Yeah. I think I'm still missing a couple.
Probably not. I suppose the story might take us back there.
Oh, I'm missing all but one.
Okay, well, let's go find him. Just go to Porter. I don't think you've got the other aetherite.
I've got two.
Oh, okay. You must have quested in that area then. Or the story took you through there, probably.
Or I went for a walk, which is what I usually do.
The story does take you around this zone, so...
Shit, where's the Mendy guy?
He's down in here.
Yeah, I'll get my bits mended before they break.
Well, you just replaced a bunch.
I've replaced a bunch, but the rest have not been replaced.
I can't see the aetherites, but I can help scout parts for you. Alright,
Right. Where's me buttons? 800 east.
East is the way we're facing.
Scoot.
My guess is it's gonna be on this little rock promontory thing here. I don't actually understand distances in this game very well.
A yam is an official thing.
Yeah, I just don't know what a yami is. Is it up?
A yam is one Lalafell, is it not? No, it's not. Yeah, the thing is the average adult Lalafell male is one yam.
What, roughly a meter?
1 yard apparently. Yeah,
Oh.
so yeah, 8.8 meters approximately.
Hit your compass again.
Yeah, I'm just constantly hitting it, but it's somewhat this away.
So 1 ilm is 1 hura thumb, 1 fulm is 12 ilms, 1 yam is the lower male height, and then 1 malm is 1,760
there it is.
yams.
It's imperial, basically.
Pretty much, yeah, but it's actual in-law thing. It's not quite a yard. It's less than 1 yard in play. I actually did have to look this up for work. No, it's an actual law thing.
Well, it'd have to be, otherwise they wouldn't use it so much.
Yeah.
Alright. Yeah, we're getting plus 250% XP.
That's a lot.
Yeah, rested plus the road to 80. Where's the next one?
See ya, Fab. Southeast 614.
It's this way. I'm guessing... probably up here? 614, you say?
Yep.
Yeah, he's gone to the Alamegan quarter because there's probably one to the right there somewhere from memory.
Yeah, that seems about right.
130 northeast.
Northeast?
Yeah.
Well, from me.
Yeah. I really wish this
found
was fleshed out a little more. This little city here.
Yeah.
630 southwest.
Southwest. That's this way.
Maybe out at the monastery? That might be too far.
I think there's a little structure out here. It's probably here. At the High Bank. Or the 4th Royal Castle, it says on the map. If you can even... yeah, you can get out here. That, or it's over at, yeah, the monastery.
Speak to the god.
41 southwest.
41
Yeah,
south.
no, I think.
From where you are? Yeah, it's the monastery.
Yeah.
Where in the monastery?
This is just like lying out in the field somewhere.
Nah, there's plenty of high spots for it to be.
Yeah.
Also annoying as fuck frog enemies everywhere.
Pretty
Addons.
aggressive name on that as well. Abaddon. Big ass frog.
So, yeah, monastery's through here.
Oh,
What's it say now?
196 south.
Right,
Yeah,
it'll
so
be in
pretty
here.
much in the monastery for sure.
Monastery's ruined though, so it's probably just inside.
Or somehow on top. Oh no, out the back.
Your bomb
Just yep.
flies off the cliff. That's great.
There we go.
That's all of them?
Yep.
Yeah, you had 2 plus the
Ah,
main story
cool.
quest. Or 3 actually, but yeah.
Yeah, I do remember there being more, but if they reduce the number, that's fine.
They reduced the number when the X-Pack, the new X-Pack released to help with progression. So when there's a new X-Pack, there's still heaps. So I've done 2 out of all the zones for Endwalker.
So I think the daily rewards have reset if you want to do the roulettes.
Yeah. Why not?
Or unveil.
Nope. This is a
What?
2.x dungeon.
Oh.
I don't remember this at all.
Yeah. Okay.
You wouldn't do it if you just skipped through.
Is it optional?
Wow, this might have been. No, this is Shiva related. You would have.
Yeah. No.
Oh,
This is definitely.
I remember. Yeah. This is like underneath that fucking waterfall area, right?
It's in Curthus.
Yeah. Eastern Highlands.
Yeah. No. I remember this.
Oh, I don't have that ability yet.
Yeah. Your buttons are going to be missing.
Oh god, I'm doing 1,000 less damage a hit. Kaboo!
Sneezy goboos.
My friend.
What's our other deeps? Samurai, okay. Makes me want to level a range deeps, because there doesn't seem to be many of those.
Foundry.
I still kind of want to level
I
machinist.
definitely remember this music.
Yeah. It's like one of the chillest dungeons.
Was this a speed dungeon at some point?
Up. You can sort of run it all the way up to the boss gate.
Do we have any sprouts? Okay, we do have a sprout.
They synced? Looks like they're synced, but probably have done this before.
Well, you didn't have the extra tomes things pop up, so.
Yeah, they've done it before. I'm not doing my class mechanics, I probably
I
should.
hit the wrong button somewhere. Next time we turn that off. Okay. It's like, why am I dropping threat? Because I'm on tanking stance. Bears!
Yeah.
Go!
Oh! I don't have my mechanics. Good to know. There's a reason I'm not doing them. They're not there.
Yeah.
Oh, right, bombs. Guy has mechanics, I don't remember what they are.
Oh. I was just waiting for the sprout.
Nah, he's speed pulling, so just pull in advance.
Oh, bombs. I see. Might need to rebuild some of my UI. I might need to... Might be better to have the enemy list more central. Can know specifically when things are actually spawned in.
No.
You can probably pull all of them.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. They are sneezy googles, though.
This is the one with the snowball boss. Yeah, pull them out of here. We got snowdrift to deal with. Oh, no, the other way. Okay, fine, whatever.
They didn't want to move.
You meant to just keep running.
Right.
Yeah, we get frostbite if we stay on the bridge. Didn't you have a way to silence previously?
I do. Still have a way
Okay.
to silence.
That'll pull those guys if they're sitting back casting.
It's a melee.
Yeah, but you can do it on the drive-by.
Wait, Krun the Barbarian? It's his Discworld name.
There we go.
Oh, hello.
This is the snowball guy. Just
I'm just waiting for paralysis. to drop.
paralysis.
Yeah. Hey, he turns into a snowball when he breathes on him? Yeah. And you can, like, hit him with the snowballs?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can make them bigger as well. There's an ad. Make sure to pick it up.
I think that's not bound the right way. Oh, shit.
And then you want to make him breathe on the other snowball boys. Make him breathe twice. And that interrupts that, which is what it's for mainly.
Super snowballs.
Adds back up.
Yep. Oh, you can get even bigger stock now.
Yeah.
Tier 2. Oh, there's tier 3.
It's actually the way you're supposed to do damage to him. Casty boys. I think these just fucking die.
Yeah.
This is just a little endurance section.
Alright, I'm gonna drop out again, get some sleep,
Alright.
so I
See
can
ya.
see you guys later. Hope you enjoyed so far. Yeah, have fun.
Will do.
Boy.
Big guy. This shit.
Fucking Avises. Oh, wait, these
guys-
ones transform into Avises?
Yeah, if you don't kill them fast enough. Of course, we have Mondo huge DPS for this section of the game.
That's why I hate Avises. Pump AoE. I did stun the transform. Don't remember Fenrir's mechanics.
He put shit on the ground.
Well, that's...
That's literally every boss's mechanics.
Yeah. Don't stand in the fire. Welcome to Grade 101. Just thread that needle, thanks.
Alright, I forgot about that.
Ah, it's to die.
I'll be fine.
poor healer getting overstressed. Goes way
Yeah,
really
it's
hard.
fine.
We need to... Oh. Mind then.
Oh, I leveled up
Yes.
because of a bunch of challenge completions.
Same.
Doesn't matter. Can't actually visit the class tree. They're in the next X pack. Do I actually get an ability?
So I usually try to play mechanics correctly.
We just don't remember the mechanics. I got Riddle of Wind, which is not that interesting anymore. Right, how much did that get me, poetics-wise? 400. That wasn't enough for a piece from memory, that's fine. I'm not too, bothered about it. That just gives guild seals. We don't really need the XP.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I'm not too fussed. Don't worry about it. Unless you want to do a main scenario, but that's like...
That's a big commitment.
Yeah, the long shit. Alright, next quest is in Rauga's Reach.
Hang on. I've got a shit ton of unexplored area on this map.
Oh, go poke your head into it. I will check. Can I get an armor piece for 400?
I feel like you probably shouldn't be allowed to fly until you've fully discovered the map.
There used to be a point up there.
Oh, I see.
In that tower there.
They reduced the amount of points.
Yeah, 500.
Oh, there is a lookout, though.
What do the lookouts do?
Uh,
I'm gonna use the
do I have to
thing in the thing.
dismount? Yeah, I have to dismount.
You for A12? What is A12?
What? What? Oh, Alex 12. At 4 a.m.? I think not. We had enough trouble just finding someone doing actual story content. I don't even remember the mechanics at this point. Like, we learnt it, but we never got a clear before it rotated out.
I don't even think we stepped foot in Alex, like, itself.
So, hang on, is this underground?
Hello, Elise.
This isn't underground.
The village, like the city, has all sorts of little underground paths and shit. That area has a lot going on.
Curious. Ah. What do you mean by sky battles? You do fight on airships, but it just uses the same battle mechanics as usual. the big whale is fought in the sky.
You don't fight in the air though. You fight on top of things.
Yeah,
that are
you
in the
fight
air.
on an airship and hit the big whale with harpoons. This place is cool. There will be just zone exploration occurring at points. I mean, any of you seen me play single-player games, you know how this works. There's a bit less of talk to everyone, though, I'll give you that. Another cave network. So yeah, Senpai,
Dialogue choices? What?
full map. Oh, no, there's still more.
I just accepted the next story quest.
Yep, I'm still exploring the map. Enemy. Teddy appears to be having some problems.
Who? What?
He's frozen. Oh, he came back.
Oh, right, you, Teddy.
Yeah, the avatar. It froze.
No one's gonna take you out of the air. On
Mobs can attack you, but
there's
most
no,
of the time,
flying mob that's gonna.
yeah,
shoot
it's
you
going
out
to
of the sky.
assassinate you. But you can you can definitely aggro mobs and get bonked.
Is this gonna be an instance?
There's like actually a fair bit of interesting terrain out here that's just unused.
The quests take you into it, but
Right.
yeah.
assume that last bit of map exploration is in a network of caves. Oh, no, hang on. There it is. Secret garden out the back. That leads to a network of caves.
It's actually a pretty cool area. It's just like most people never see this.
Hmm. Got the mapping. That's what I was after. Not really for the XP, just for the sake of
Map completion.
revealing the whole map, yeah. The XP is nice.
That catches you up with me a bit. That's good.
Where are we at? Valga. Ah! Okay. That's a bit
What?
worrying.
What?
There's like all these like plus quests.
There for, yeah, other content.
Yeah, but like, is it... Okay, I'm gonna have to look this up.
Sure why that taught me the boxing emote, but it did. I have a lot less pluses, or mine just aren't showing up.
Don't
Actually,
know.
my map's got a lot less info than yours. That doesn't seem right.
Okay, so there is 2 side quest dungeons available to us right now.
Alright. Give me a sec. My map settings are totally different to yours. Did you, like, turn anything on?
Not that I'm aware of. Excuse me.
Because I press M and my map's... Okay, now it's refreshed. That was weird.
So one of these quests, to kill a Coel, is a dungeon unlock.
To kill a Coel.
Just this lad back here.
Oh, I might...
Waterman?
Yeah, I might already have that one.
Ah.
Oh, right, they've added story loot to the main quest now.
And there's also another one in Weebtown.
Okay, I'll go there in a sec. But I probably already have it.
King of the Castle. I'll need to take a break shortly, actually, for a drink.
Yeah. I'll take your teleport.
Let's have a look-see.
The Wandering Minstrel.
King of the Castle.
I've got new king on the block. Is that the quest name?
No, King of the Castle. Where am I going?
I might already have that, but I'll follow you anyway.
I don't even know if I'm going the right way. Oh wait, I can just use the... Oh, okay, no wait, if you're following me, best not to use the teleports.
I could easily teleport to where you are. There's a very high chance I already have this.
Hmm. Yeah, well, they were part of 4.0. Like, these aren't even
Yeah.
patched in. Like, these were just the end game dungeons.
Yeah. But you'll probably want to do them once.
Yes, definitely. That's why I'm looking them up. There's a lad here.
Isn't even a lad here.
Yeah.
Oh, I remember this one. These are kind of fun. I did this one with Clem and Vi. Rip Clem and Vi. Oh, well, more tomes. That's good. Figure I can go into the next X pack with, like, on tier gear at very least. We're gonna be so over leveled. Like,
Yeah.
we're gonna be 80 by the time we actually reach Shadowbringers. That's alright. Means we can just plow through the story, see the content. We'll get level synced. Just queue for them? See if they pop? Or do you have to go to the entrances?
I think, yeah, hang on, I'm just, yeah, I've got more.
I'll speak with the... Yeah, I see.
Can I use the...
I think you actually need to go click on an Aetherite.
Aetherite shard, yeah.
It's literally wrong. Right here. Let me know when you're done.
Yep, give me a second. I'll need to, I need to grab a drink before we go into any more dungeons.
Yeah, these would have been the token farm dungeons.
Yep.
There are a lot of blue quests, though, you're right.
Yeah, well, the plus quests are meant to, like, unlock stuff, as far as I'm aware, but there's a whole
but they can be
heckload of them.
things like Mandeville, weird side quests. It's not all story related. Like the Wandering Minstrel here he's the Wandering Minstrel. Yeah.
Usually the...
He does Shinryu only. There's a thing in Rauga's Reach which does the extremes for everything else.
I don't know how to get there.
Where are you going? Oh, give me a sec, I'll come to you. You've got to go down.
Way the long way around?
Yeah. So you see there's a path down on the water, so you've got to jump off the bridge onto the path.
Okay, wouldn't let me jump off.
You see, I just did it there.
Yeah, didn't let me jump off up. And, hey, Cannon, how's it going?
Dungeon entrance is up here. This is what I got for 72, by the way.
Power?
Makes my auto attack 50% faster.
Ah.
Actually not that impressive, but you know, it's about 700 potency, according to math. What is actually up here? Little gambling den? Drinking spot? And you needed the other one?
Hmm? Yeah. Let me see.
Marjorie, I don't even know where that is. Wait a minute. The gear you're wearing is like very, I mean, I guess elegant.
Yeah.
Like, it's upgraded Magitech.
Yeah,
Like the
Tombstone gear. That's.
Yeah,
This is usually how Tombstone gear looks.
I'm wearing Tombstone gear. It's look anything like that.
This is usually how tanking Tombstone gear looks.
Nah, it's just because it's Skaven. It's got that theming to it. It's referencing Nero.
I'm going to step out for a second to get myself a drink, and then we can maybe queue this dungeon.
We should be alright for dungeons. Anyway, I'll go grab one myself.
Right here. And I'm back.
Welcome back.
Okay. And back on. There we go. There you go. Alright. Let's try to queue for this and see if it pops.
Maybe, maybe not.
Yeah. Oh, yours was not all alone, Cannon. You got all the chat with you. Everybody's here. Trust NPCs are a thing now, aren't they?
What NPCs, sir?
Trust NPCs.
This game?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, I think so.
Why?
Oh, I don't know. 5.0. Okay, so it's still ahead of us before. It allows you to, like, run dungeons with NPCs.
Oh. Don't know how I feel about that, but okay. I'm guessing they're not as capable as people.
Well, they're AI for one, so...
Yeah, I suppose you can run most dungeons if you just have a decent healer.
I mean, it, like, the characters you can get are cool, because it's, you can get, like, Estinian and Y'shtola,
Oh, okay, that's kind of
Alice A, Alphino.
We just need a deeps.
Yeah, it's weird that we're waiting on deeps. It's fucking backwards land, which, yeah, okay, we're playing on Australia's server, so yes, it is upside down land.
I don't want to be in high demand. That's not good. Maybe DPS is too hard in Endwalker? I don't know.
That, or maybe the DPS are sane and go to sleep at reasonable times?
Nah, that's the opposite, man.
Honestly, really good so far.
Yeah.
Shockingly.
Pretty polite, pretty forgiving of mistakes.
We were waiting on queue for a while for a trial earlier, and then I threw out a shout out in the Novice Network like, hey, can anyone join the queue for this trial? And we got insta-pop.
Yeah. I can't really comment on the ping because they took away all the things that would make me measure ping. So, and I was used to playing under, like, stupid MS anyway. But being able to talk to people's nice.
But yeah, like, the other thing is the only people that are going to be up at 4 a.m. are the rest of the coffee addicts, so...
I don't know, you wait for a minute, and then all the people will wake up.
Who's going to be playing Tuesday morning?
Data center workers.
Yeah, actually, fair enough.
I would be finishing shift in 4 hours, roughly.
Well, actually, while we're waiting on this, I'll go finish the opening of the other dungeon.
And why are we waiting on a DPS?
Yeah, what the fuck? Shit's backwards. I mean, I'll need to be back here to hand it in anyway, but I might as well go unlock the other one while I'm waiting.
You can start. Oh, you don't want to start the story quest.
Nah, not while waiting in queue.
It's funny though. Like the story quest is like all that shit you just did. Let's go do something else.
Yeah, that's about sums up Stormblood. I mean, at least at this point, like, we're Dunskies, basically.
I suppose yeah, we're just faffing around until something happens. There is one Mog Station mount that I was very tempted by, but it's like 30 euros. It's you know, horse for idiots all over again.
That's more expensive than Idiot Pony.
It's the Cruise Chaser. It's a 2-man mount.
Idiot Pony was like 30 Australian.
Yeah, this is 30 euro. But it is a giant mech that flies. So
God damn.
it is pretty cool, but I'm not spending that.
Yeah. It's like half the box cost of the game.
Also, the carbuncle you see this dude riding around is from the Mog Station as well. Which you and I would look ridiculous on, because we're large type characters.
Alright, that's also unlocked Temple of the Fist. Weren't we supposed to get, like, gold chocobo feathers or something?
Maybe we've got to actually play for a bit for that to happen.
Maybe.
Not enough to get the Twintania mount.
Oh.
I don't know how you get them otherwise.
Apparently I got a card of the last boss.
That's for Triple Triad.
Yeah.
There's a lot of shit in my inventory that I'm just like, what does this even do? What's this for? Venture notes. I have a Fantasia.
I probably got a whole bunch of shit just stacked on my retainers. I haven't even looked at them.
Oh, I know what's on my retainer. It's like almost 80% just gear.
Yeah, that'll probably be the case for mine as well. Why do I have material?
Because the story of a Stormblood gives you a shitload.
Okay.
And there's a dude in Ralga's Reach who can slot materia for you.
Right.
Which sort of nullifies the need for a melder, but hey.
Yeah, as far as, like, mount shenanigans go, we both have the Idiot Pony.
Mm. The less we talk about the Idiot Pony, the better.
The fact that it has its own music now is nice.
I turned mount music off. Yeah, Idiot Pony.
They fly now. Though not in town.
I suppose over melts a thing, yeah, but... Oh, was it slash mount action? No. Was that a WoW thing? I want to get my games crossed.
I don't think I have anything really interesting mount-wise.
Yeah, the bomb chair.
Yeah, I've got the bomb chair and I've got the... Oh, I've got the tank mount.
Oh, the Gao.
The OG tank mount, yeah.
I like the emote I'm using currently.
Just dead.
It's float in water, specifically. Does that fly? That has to fly, right?
I'd have to head outside. I have no idea. It shouldn't fly.
But it will.
Does this have a manual door?
Yeah, go to the peaks to the right. Should take us out.
Oh my.
Sort of whoosh.
Yes, it flies very, very cheaply.
It's so bad.
It really shouldn't fly.
But at least it does, eh? You can use it if you really like it. At least the idiot pony, like, puts up an energy field.
Yeah.
Are we really? Yeah, this is happening.
Yeah, we're waiting on the deeps.
I suppose, yeah. 4 a.m. fair call. This zone is huge. I'm glad I can fly.
Oh yeah, wow. Like, overall, yeah, this place really is massive. Holy crap. Hey!
Popped.
We in there, boys!
Let's just hope the healer's awake. We may not be in there.
Everybody fell asleep in queue.
But the Deeps doesn't have an excuse.
Might have been busy.
Come on, healer, you can do it.
Yeah, boy!
Alrighty.
Oh, hang on. I need to turn my tank and ship back on. There we go.
Taking the guy on the left. The blade.
Oh, friends. Then. See ya, girl.
RDMs are very flashy.
friends. All the friends.
Oh, they're actually doing nin shit. That's cute. Alright. Oh, you. It's just very you.
I like this guy.
Hmm.
Fucking Zambot 3 over here.
Alright, he has shit from memory.
There's thingies on the ground. I'm gonna assume that's more than just pretty terrain. Yep, it's more than just pretty terrain.
Yeah, it tethers to you, then you gotta kill it. And then it blows up.
Oh, right, don't be in the explosion. I see. But probably keep him in the explosion? Question
sure.
mark? I don't know.
Stack on him.
Stacks, yeah.
Oh god. I fucked that up, sorry.
This is gonna hurt.
Pull him over here. Well, you got no choice. Onmaru.
Let me guess, yeah. Friends.
Healing gear, all the healing gear.
Shouldn't we want to kill the summoner before
Yeah.
he finishes summoning?
Okay, we barely got that. Nope. Maybe we didn't get that? I don't
No,
know.
we did. There's nothing new here.
That new ability I got? Can't use it.
Oh, because you're down to 70.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Summoner.
Oh shit, multiple summoners. Oh.
Yeah,
Oh.
that's fine. Just pick him up.
Interesting enemy design, these ones. Oh, hello. Yeah. Flipping the mats.
Yeah.
Jesus. Okay, so that was an anti-Venn diagram. Let's see.
Aiming. Pending. You can have that.
Nice. Tengu. Yeah, Cross Tengu. Nice. Hang on. Can I? Okay. Try to bonk him. No need. I do like some good old cross Tengu.
Or fending.
Nice.
the ninjas.
Yeah. I'm expecting open the box, receive.
Here they are. Oh, get the bomb.
An additional bomb. And more.
Sorry, didn't see the other one.
That's all good. All under control. Ah.
Oh, right. Yeah. Alright, cooldowns are
Wait,
ready.
is it actually? Oh, nice! Very nice! Does he have the poopy? Oh. Hell yeah.
He does a thing.
Hey, the poopy! And guilt toss? Do we need to, like,
Pick it up.
prevent him from acquiring the...
Yeah. The puppy goes out to get the gill. You gotta
Yeah.
stop the puppy getting the gill.
Oh, and if he fills up his funds meter for all the way, he casts Zantetsuken.
Yeah.
Yep. I sees. Butterflies. Oh, butterflies. I see.
That was me making a mistake. Alright, just gonna do it again.
Yep. My headset is about to run out of battery, so if I stop responding at some point...
Oh, dragon's heads. Now grab gold.
That was cool.
In Musketoon and Fending Pants. You will probably already have better pants.
Definitely.
That should give me enough for what I need. Nope. That was not very many. Tokens. Isn't very many.
I don't know if you can't really play solo.
You can't
so.
solo them at all.
Well, I suppose there's the trust NPCs, but we haven't got access to that yet, so.
Right.
No idea how fiddly that is.
Either way, it's designed as a cooperative MMO for the most part.
It's an MMO. You're supposed to play with people. I'm gonna throw us in the queue for Temple of the Fists.
Alright.
Whether that'll pop, who knows.
Wait, am I? Oh. There are so many quests in this area that we just didn't do. Nope. Expect this queue will take a similar amount of time.
Quite possibly.
Getting the flying points was the right call, by the way.
Right.
You do end up coming back.
Ah. Oh shit.
Oh,
Give me a minute.
just click through, it won't take long. What does wait do?
I think it just disappeared the thing.
Oh, it doesn't actually take the countdown off.
Watch, it'll
Yeah.
fall just before I get out, yeah.
That gave us a penalty count, so no more doing that.
Well, that's not even my fault. It's a fucking story sequence. Hopefully it's not an actual escort quest.
Alright. Big coil first.
For me, first is just hit the AoE.
Just letting you know what I'm hitting. It's a pretty map. Alright.
Tanky wall.
I think it's a teaching wall. Yep. Oh, yep.
Oh, I see.
Hi guys. I don't want any.
I got slowed by the sticky shit on the ground. Don't step in the sticky shit. I think my, like, pseudo budget holy magic is actually my highest damage.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting. The chat was talking about that earlier. That it's part of your burst.
Yeah. Because it goes into, like, when you've got a specific thing up, it goes into instant cast rather than channeled cast. See ya, Xeon. friend.
Oh, I think we killed.
Yeah, I'm thinking
Yeah.
one at a time and then move on to the next one. Oh, shit balls. That's a lot of skidoosh. Oh, crap. Oh, God. Ouch! I hope it's one at a time and not both need to die at the same time.
That would be embarrassing.
We have done that many times already, Canon. The whole thing is your character is immune to gods. That's your special snowflake power. One of the plot points is a dragon takes it away from you at some point, but you get it back.
Sting. Is that better? Probably not. Upgrade it. I already have it. Never mind.
Well, so the one of the big plot elements is the primals, which are gods of the land, basically gods of the world, and primals are able to temper
Goes
people.
without saying. Don't get hit by
Don't
that.
get hit. Yeah, primals are able to temper people, which basically makes them into mind slaves. The main characters have the echo, which allows them to not get tempered. The gods can't control them. As to how much of a point in the plot the gods are playing at any given time is really variable. In the original 2.x plotline, that shit was incredibly relevant, and it's varying levels of relevant through 3.x and 4.0, which is where we're currently at. Yeah! Skitter, 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 skitter. The big bad of 4.0 used a knockoff version of your anti-god buff to fuse with a god.
Didn't go very well for him.
Yeah.
These are much better, launch dungeons than Heavens would have.
Ugh.
Hearing, healing.
Death? Death cures tempering.
Yeah, pull him out.
Oh. Right, that's my
Brother.
But yeah, has anyone been detempered? Yeah, I don't think so.
Not properly.
Because the thing with the gods is you kill the gods, but they don't die because they're part of the world. so they can just be like re-summoned if enough belief in magic is brought to head, basically.
Eating!
Yeah, no, the Nin did the same thing. I was like, oh, that's a nice trick. Well, it's usually through a shitload of raw aether.
These two are gonna wake up.
I can't give, like, good lore breakdown of FF14 anymore, because it's been years. But I remember some of the details. And I also know, like, 1.x lore, which is beyond the scope of this.
Fortunate! Oh, that's gonna go. Okay, no, I can use it while on the fly. That's good.
Yeah, the Garlemald Empire, which is like the big bad guys, are trying to destroy the gods through use of technology. And we're sort of trying to suppress the gods through use of cheats.
I don't know what this thing does.
More arms, different circles, moon, sun, sun, moon. Probably something to do with that, depending on stances. It's budget Ravana.
Fore and aft. Alright, stay to the sides.
Yep. Good call. What was
That was asked.
Oh, that was asked. Okay. What the fuck? Hang on. Oh, I see.
Oh.
Directional parry. I see. I see.
Yeah. I wasn't reading.
Fore and aft. Fourfold shear. I think that's just a use of tanking. Yeah, let's just use tanking buttons. Hell seal.
Run to the sun. Oh.
Oh, he must have done fore and off while we were.
Yeah. On the approach. Yep.
Yep.
Off us. I don't know what that is. Okay. Shit on the ground. Fore and off. Ouch. Okay. The arc on that's a bit funky.
Oh shit! We got a raid. Hey, Zappa, how's it going? I was gonna say this is not very robots, but no, that's a lie. There's a lot of robots in this. Oh, F, nice. Which version, PS or Saturn? Oh, shit, stupid dumbass. Stop pressing the buttons!
Starboard. Fourfold. Don't like that. Okay.
Just press a lot of defensives. was that? That was after.
I disagree with that.
All right, that was good. I like that.
Pending. Already have that.
Well, they already have that hat.
You with us?
Anyway. Yeah, I have F and F Final both on PSX and on Saturn. Because it's like 200 yen a disc. Yeah, because there's just so many copies of them. Like you can get them for pennies, like that. Huh. A little bit worried about the pink mist. And then Compact 3 is one of the most expensive. Barring fucking GBA 2. Yeah, the only problem working with Yahoo Auction stuff is you usually got to go through a external shipping company, which makes, you know, you're paying 200 yen for a copy of SLWF and then like 30,000 yen for all the shipping and handling. I have not looked into EXO, which that's what, 360? Which would make sense, because there's probably like no copies printed. Because no one owns a 360 in Japan. I do wonder how Mages did with their Syad stuff that was exclusive to the 360 for ages. I'm assuming they were paid massively. There's a... yeah, okay. I'm like, why is there an orb? The orb is exploding. That sounds about right. More exploding orbs. There's a monk dungeon, right? What's all
It's
these
a monk temple, yeah.
non-monk classes doing here? Fucking Zeus?
The monk. You were just complaining. This guy's actually a lot of fun.
Always. Isn't that one of the stances?
What?
Coil Fist?
It's one of the stances, yeah.
So this is the stance guy.
He's the father of the in-game monks style, yeah. I can't see a damn.
Yeah, everything got real busy. Is that his tornado? Apparently just doesn't give a fuck.
I think that might be a stack mechanic.
Whoa! Okay, yeah, I see. I see too late, but I see. Run away?
Run away, run away.
Stack.
Stack, 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 stack. What's this?
Orbs?
Oh, intercept them. Run into them.
Ah. Oh, it gives damage up buff, so I assume
Yeah.
I should probably leave all of those for DPS.
Damage is damage.
Oh, I should have used the channel.
The big one, yep.
Yeah. Oh my. Okay. This guy's cool for a dungeon boss, though. He's-
Whirlwind.
he's-
If you can pull him out of that whirlwind, it'd be good.
Yeah, he's just sitting there. Okay.
Yeah, I think that stack thing just takes you down to minimum health.
Right.
That's on the healer.
Oh boy. Okay. That was about to get dicey.
Super cool dungeon boss.
That is really good. Just this whole dungeon, the bosses are really good.
Hey, we had both have the mentor crown on them.
Ah.
I'm pretty sure that's what that symbol is. Alright. Those are good. Nice refresher. Fun dungeons. I think they learnt from Heavenswood to make good daughter dungeons. So are there any other optional dungeons?
Not
Oh,
at 70.
Right.
Give me a second, sorry.
There's.
Let's roll this
Assumedly, you would be 70.
Oh,
full
yeah,
time.
sorry. Not at 4.0.
Right.
I don't know if these are optional, so... You know, that looks MSQ. Yeah, that icon's MSQ. There are several more. I don't know if we can do them out of MSQ order, though. Give me a second.
Let's do a bit of the MSQ. Work it out later.
Yeah. Okay, that one. Okay, that one we can do. Warlords. That's gonna be MSQ. Give me a second. My headset just turned off. I'm gonna have to get the power cable for it. I can't hear anything.
Fair enough.
Oh, the power cable's right there. I just saw the thing on the Discord, Kota. That's fucking awesome.
That's pretty good. Just put that down the bottom?
That's what I'm thinking.
Like bottom left?
Yep. It feels bad shrinking it so much.
Use it as your BRB.
Possibly, yeah. That's not...
Or it could cover your chat. I don't think like that would bother anyone too much. We'll have it cover your gill.
I really prefer not to have things covering up the game. Not for any, like, extended period of time, anyway. But yeah, holy shit, that's great. I love it. And I don't think Coda's here right now, so I'll gush more when he gets back.
is that the next dungeon?
Hmm? No, this is just a hand-in for that dungeon.
Oh, I see. Oh. What did the story just give me? Is it better than what I've got? 370 jewelry. Yeah, I'll take some of that. Any item levels? Don't mind if I do. Treasure hunting with Alphanor. That's the next leg of the story.
Wow, okay. Depending on what the treasures we're going for. I did find a coda. It's great. I love it. It's so good.
What was that dungeon you were talking about? That we might be able to do?
Give me a sec. Where's me data? Unwanted truth.
Where does that happen?
That should actually be in here. Yes, it is.
Alright, let me go have a look.
We'll be doing it sort of out of order. It's 4.2 content, but it's unlinked from the main story. Must be this lad, I think. Yes.
Ah, here they go. Ah, okay. Allegan bullshit.
Yep, that's normal.
As is law.
Yeah, the ironworks.
That's Heavensward content. Sick. I need 510. I have 503. I guess.
Oh, tomes. Well, this will give 20.
Yeah. I do love the music here.
This is a good zone. I like this zone.
Wait, what? No, zone music, please, not whatever that was.
I'm on mount music, yeah. I don't know.
I turned off the mount music.
Yeah, I might have to do that.
Character options, I believe. Or maybe just audio. I don't know. I'll have a look. It's
play music.
Yeah, don't want that. Much as the Chocobo theme is fun, the zone music's too good.
Yeah.
The story just gave me a full set of i370 jewelry, so that was nice.
Yeah, this is a hard mode of the Fractal.
Fractal Continuum, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, we're probably geared enough for it. Does it have an eye level on it? I guess we'll find out.
330. I'm 2 eye levels below. Big rip.
Do the story for a bit. Replace
Yeah.
all your jewelry. Worth unlocking anyway.
Absolutely.
Yep. Fractal hard. That's neat that they went back and gave that a hard mode. Yeah, I'm 346 for comparison.
I wonder if it'll let me in under geared.
It's got a minimum eye level, it won't even let you queue. That doesn't actually take you to the dungeon. Just have to queue for it. I think we can fly up to it if we wanted to.
Oh no, 310.
Alright, we'll be fine. Assuming anyone's doing it.
It's 5:30. We're now hitting the point of early morning enough that we might be picking up early risers.
I only need a third of my XP bar to level again. And you hit 72 at some point.
Yep.
Oh well, just means the overworld mobs aren't gonna know what the fuck hit them.
Yeah.
And we're not gonna have to do any of the side questing, just the main line. This is such a cool zone.
Oh, that just unlocks.
Yeah. Not that you'll be able to use it.
Interesting.
What's it? Is it a replacement for Circle of Scorn?
It's AoE magic.
Okay, that costs 1,000 MP.
Well, that's all my spells. Well, no, the attacking spells cost 1,000 MP, but it's another
Use of MP.
Requiescat. It plays off of the stacks from that.
Ah. You have stacks? You fucking stole my stacks?
I don't get I get 5 stacks when I press the button.
Oh, okay, so it's like this.
I don't build up stacks.
I kind of miss building stacks. I never thought I'd say that, but I kind of miss building stacks. Fuck, this soundtrack here is so good.
Where was I? Yeah, I think the rest of them require us to have done some,
Story?
yeah.
That's all good.
Oh, actually, hang on. On the hard mode one, that might not. Yeah, no, that one doesn't. Yeah, I know where the quest giver for that is as well.
How much does it cost to teleport out of here? Nah, it's alright. Oh no, no it's really not. Jesus Christ.
Much.
1300
Yeah.
to get out to oh, that's over to Doma though. In Porta Pretoria it's only 600. Which is where I need to be. Yeah, where you'll need to be.
One of these lads. I'm also curious about a hunt for Omega. Is that?
That'll be like the extreme savage, whatever. Maybe? Wait, a hunt for Omega?
Yeah.
That's the 24 man. I'm pretty sure 'cause I don't have that quest.
Okay.
That was, yeah, out. My arms and legs are from the... Or was that tourist raiding? That might have been tourist raiding. Like the Alexander equivalent.
Right. Now this lad over here, Swanee with the Secret of the Ooze. Everybody on the translation team likes the Ninja Turtles. This is another one of the non-story locked dungeons.
Is this Ormvale hard?
It looks like it, but it's something else hard. Yeah, which I don't remember at all.
Where is that? Gervania. Edelshire. Okay, off we go.
Edelshire. It's been a while.
Probably looks totally different to what... Oh, you would have seen it fully built.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, when we came back just before 4 point, like it did at the end of 3.x.
Wait a minute, wouldn't new players walking into here see it fully built?
Ooh. You could... instance... I don't know.
Because I remember when we left, it was ruins. When we came back, it was...
Fully built, yeah. That's a good question. I suppose you'd have the same problem with the fuck's the place
Mordona?
called? Yeah, Mordona.
Yeah.
'Cause
I
that
never
was-
saw that like ruined. It was always
Okay.
fully built, or mostly built anyway. Oh, is this Great Grubble Library? Hard? 'Cause I
No,
fucking
it's
love Great Grubble Library, but
yeah, it's Arboretum hard, which I legitimately don't remember.
oh god, story.
Ooh, hello, Vista. The fact that it's got a Malboro on the cover worries me greatly.
There's a bunch of them behind you. I don't remember this dungeon at all. Is it just a hard mode for the sake of being called hard?
I don't know.
Saint Mar... Arboretum, yeah. I think this is new.
Hang on. Oh, you know what it might be? We might need to go back.
Back where?
Give me a bit. I'll dig into it.
$340 average item level for that. We ain't doing this.
Yeah. Yeah, this is even further ahead than what we were. I was just reading things. Alright, give me a minute. I need to brain. Braining is hard. No, okay, we have done. I was thinking maybe we just never did the base version because it was a 3.x quest.
It might have been one of those ones we just plowed through.
Yeah, I've got it ticked off, so it is done.
Yeah, we did every dungeon. I just don't remember it. Because, yeah, we went through them all in like 2 nights.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Okay.
Back to Rauga's Reach?
Yeah. What tortoise and someone was really going hard on the Ninja Turtles naming conventions.
What happens when you have no creativity?
Because, like, Secret of the Ooze was 2 and Tortoise in Time is 3, right?
Turtles in Time is the Super Nintendo / arcade game.
Oh, okay. Don't mind me.
It's still a Ninja Turtles reference. Really fucking good game, by the way.
Yeah, okay. So the second... I'm not completely lost. The Turtles 2 was Secret of the Ooze.
I think if you got the jewelry from the story, you'd meet item requirements for that one.
Right.
guess we'll just let the duty finder roll and
Yeah. The heck is this listings? It's like listing all the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle stuff, but there's no listing for the original 80s cartoon. What? How strange. Doesn't matter. Irrelevant.
Nero.
Hmm. Well, this appears to be like linking into the end of the post-credit scene.
Oh, is this the 24-man setup, maybe?
I don't know. Was there dialogue choices before?
No. Not even in Stormblood. Like,
Yeah.
they added it post-launch.
Right.
They're pointless.
Yeah. What's up, Canon? Things are a little confusing at the moment because we're not following normal straight line. Yes. That's yes. That is 100% intentional.
Oh, do you have to be mounted to go down into the water? Maybe you do. They never gave us like a submarine mount, did they? No. Or am I just... Is this the wrong lake? This is the wrong lake. That might be why. The 24-man is neat. I would recommend.
Yeah, I fully plan to. Wasn't Nero here for one of the previous 24-mans?
Yeah.
Heavily involved in this, the ST.
But the 24-man is the crashed Hulk of Ultima. Ultima? Omega? Omega. So, he would be here.
Is he just the 24-man's guy?
Yeah. Which means everyone gets to see him. Okay, now we're doing underwater treasure hunting. This is pretty neat.
spiked my eye level a bit. I'm 338 now.
How'd you do that?
Boots. Had enough tomes for boots.
Right. I mean, if I wanted to eye level spike, I could get a piece, but I'd rather have the better piece, you know? I just ran into the next dungeon.
Oh.
Ground City of Scala.
Hello.
Yeah, you're just gonna catch me up, that's all.
Start up the story. Alright.
様子を見に来てくれたの？アラミゴでの決戦が終わってから少しずつだけど新しい国づくりが始まっているんだ。だけどこれがまた難題だらけでさ、ヒエンっていう主君がいるドマとは違ってアラミゴには絶対的な指導者がいないからね。帝国侵攻以前はアラミゴにも王様がいたんだけど、最後の王テオドリックがとんでもない暴君でさ。
だからアラミゴでは王政復古を求める人は少ないんです。
当然のことだけどいろんな意見があるってわけ。しばらくはラウバーンたち同盟軍の力を借りながら話し合いを重ねて新体制の方向性を決めていく感じだね。まあ大変だけどアラミゴの未来を決める大切なことだから頑張らないとね。それじゃあナーゴ、警備の方は任せたからよろしく。
了解です。
おお、いいところにちょうど探していたんだ。そう身構えないでくれよ。何、悪い話じゃないって。ただちょっと場所を変えたい。話ってのは新しい冒険のことさ。俺たちは暁の一員ではあるけれど、その前に一人の冒険者だろ。悲願だったアラミゴの奪還にも成功し、帝国との戦いにも一つの区切りがついたんだ。そこでとっておきの情報を仕入れてきたんだ。アルフィナを交えて3人で挑戦してみようぜ。
I assume Ralgar's reach would have grown as well over the X pack.
Doesn't look like it, from what I can see. But it might have.
If we were going for questing for artifacts, that would make sense. Do we really need cash money?
Wouldn't mind cash money.
Yeah, but from a story perspective, we don't need cash money. We're Gucci. We know
Maybe,
most of the realm's leaders by name, and those we don't, we've beaten up.
Sometimes get the feeling they made these zones more ambitiously than they could fill. Because I'm out at the what do you call it? Port
Copperland?
Victoria.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and it's huge. Like, there's all these little side tunnels and like, buildings everywhere. It's really well put together. It's just, I don't remember any of it. Oh, okay, now I do remember here. Like I have very few quests just lying around on this map, so I must have done a lot here.
Yeah, because you would have had to level through 69 to 70 via quests, because Dungeon Pops as a DPS wasn't happening.
Yeah. I assume these dungeons we're queuing for would be on the Judy Roulette.
Yeah. Though, I don't know, do they ever change the Judy Roulette? Do you need to have you don't need to have everything unlocked anymore so...
It'll just queue you for what you can queue for.
Yeah, so it might be that other people haven't picked up the optionals. So there might be less
Maybe.
people in queue for them.
Right.
Also, it's 6 a.m. The people might not just be awake.
Yeah, but you might be right. Could be people never bothered to go off and pick the optionals up.
Hmm.
We might have better luck with the story dungeon because it's mandatory.
Yeah, well, there's a second queue for that as well.
Yeah. Oh, is there?
Yeah.
Story progression queue. Fair enough. I always thought story queue was the 24-man, like, I suppose you could land just like Ifrit and shit out of that too, so.
There's Alliance Raids is the 24-man queue.
Yeah, but there's, what is it, Castrum whatever, which is a story 24-man? In 2.0?
That wasn't a 24-man.
Yes, it was. There's Cape Westwind, that's
Yeah.
story, which is just a joke.
Yeah.
And then there's Castrum whatever, which is where you fight Nero, you fight Ultima.
Yeah, that's main scenario.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
That's
Yeah.
your big MSQ.
But I'm pretty
long
sure
dungeons.
Yeah, that's a 24-man, right?
Oh, that's a 4-man, isn't it?
There's a big, like, 24-man dungeon though.
Oh no, it's
Is it-
8-man. 8-man.
8-man,
for
okay.
MSQ, main scenario.
It might just be 8-man then.
Yeah.
Which is dumb, stupid long.
Hmm. There's a reason it pays out 300 tomes.
Yeah.
Okay, they did. They made it more painful for people doing it, but yeah, that's why it pays out so much. Cutscenes cannot be skipped.
Oh. I actually like that change.
Yeah.
Stops people running off.
Zooming the yeah. But yes, there's a reason the reward is so high.
Probably queue for that on an alt class while leveling quite happily. Though you probably wouldn't get the tomes for that. You'd probably get more XP.
No idea. The tomes are a once a day thing, so I think
Yeah.
you would still get them. I don't
It's just
know.
usually when you're not on a max level something, it converts it to XP instead. But maybe you can buy gear with the Poetics, so maybe it still gives it to you. Okay, to give you an idea, in the novice network, when we were playing earlier, it said there are 5 parties recruiting. Now it says there are 2 parties recruiting.
Right.
Not everyone's mad.
Whoosh. That got dark.
Racism.
Yeah, but not just racism. Racism with a knife.
Mm.
From your mum.
It's funny. People don't consider Subnautica to be a horror game. Yet to me, it's a horror game.
I don't know where that came from, but yes, abso-friggin-lutely it is.
Officially, it's not intended as a horror game. It just has the side effect of being a horror game.
It's got fucking atmosphere out the arse. That's like your core component of a horror game. It's absolutely a horror. It's not boo scary monster horror. It's a much better kind of horror.
It's unintentional, or maybe intentional, but horror isn't its aim, if you know what I mean. Horror is just part of what it is. But yeah, because I have that thing with open bodies of water, it fucking does extra on
Yeah,
me.
okay, yeah.
And deep water especially.
Understandable.
It's like, it's not enough to be like paralytic fear, but it's like, fuck.
Yeah, I don't have that, and I found the game to be pretty fucking intense. It's something I'd like to play in VR, because that would be probably too much. Really good game, actually.
I've not played it, but I've watched it a number of times.
I played like 20 hours of it over like 2 days. Because I just couldn't put the fucking thing down. It was very compelling. Alright, accessories get. I don't know if much of them are going to help. Some of them definitely are.
They should all be 370.
Oh yeah, no, okay. I had 300s.
Yeah, with that you should outgear me well and truly. You might not have a spare ring.
No, I'm fixing my rings. Uh, 363.
Yeah, I'm 346. Mainly because of my left side stuff.
Yeah, I still need to do gloves and head.
Yeah, I don't think this particular duty's gonna pop just somehow.
Right.
Yeah. We're at over half an hour.
Yeah.
With like no one. We might have better luck with the optionals, like at the start of a session.
Yeah. Why did Sony buy Bungie? What a strange acquisition. What does Bungie do? Destiny?
Destiny.
That's it?
Destiny still makes decent money. Maybe they just wanted the profits from it.
Yes. Like, I'm assuming they're trying to counterplay Microsoft's acquisition of everything. But, like, Bungie is not.
Not what they used to be, no. But big companies eat small companies all the time.
Ooh, 5th Astral. We're going into ones we haven't really addressed before. Who? Well, okay, Blizzard. That's they're owned by Microsoft now. Who owns BioWare at the moment? Naughty Dog. Let's not.
Isn't BioWare 2 studios technically? EA apparently still owns BioWare.
Right. EA is still independent. As such, EA is one of the big dogs. But...
Yeah. Not that BioWare are any good.
No. No, what he's talking about.
Right.
Companies that have lost their luster. I just couldn't remember who owned them.
I mean, anything owned by Ubisoft has lost its luster.
Yeah. Who has the ability to breathe underwater?
Us?
Us, and I think, what's her?
What's her?
Princess Useless.
Elise? Maybe?
Did she come with us on that adventure?
I don't remember.
How do I dive again?
Be in a bit of the water you can dive in.
Circle button.
Or just press down in the water. Like, go face first into the water on it all. Oh no, yuck, yuck, yuck. See that, looking into the depths like that just gives me the wibblies. Because you can't see. It just seems to be endless. And silly monkey brain says that doesn't happen. But I also grew up in mountains. And you know, there's no no endless horizon in mountains.
Yeah. In this case, we have Sunken City.
Pretty sure where you're meant to go is marked.
Yeah, I'm just
Exploring.
looking around. It's not every day you get to Sunken City.
The Koto.
See ya! Ooh, broken statue. Well, it's like the zone's already got so much going on. It's also now got a massive underwater section. What the fuck?
They spent a bit too much effort on this particular map. Maybe, you know, too much. It's not too much, it's just a lot.
Oops.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can queue for that, I guess.
Yeah. Yep. It's step up on that one. Ooh. Freaky. Fish eggs.
Yeah, deep water beasties are usually.
Nice remix of the theme.
Man, where's that one? RP. What is RP?
RP?
Yeah,
What are
one
you
of the
talking
lads
about?
has RP next to his name.
Is he from Sophia?
I don't know. Oh, he is.
Yeah. Really digging the music.
Ooh. Oh, is this the pin funnel healer?
Looks like it. They do damage. Oh, this looks like an AoE pull. Oh. The healer kept running. Fun.
Yeah, definitely not going turbo speed unless death will occur.
I can't see a fucking thing. Between a red mage and a sage. It's where is everything? I don't know. That looks like a flare.
It is a Kelpie, okay.
Literally just Kelpie. Neat.
Something's
like that.
funky. Don't be in the water and probably have mechanics to put you in the water.
Oh, makes the platform smaller. Alright, you be there.
Hydro pull. Let's,
Oh.
Yep, that worked exactly how I was expecting. Care to join us up
maybe.
here on the... There we go. Just a don't Venn diagram.
I have a target on me. Alright, pulling this around. Yeah,
Okay,
then
it's
they
just
blow up.
dropping... Oh, Dropsy! Hey, there's a debuff I haven't seen in a while. Rising Seas.
In pain. Healing, don't care. Slaying, yeah, it's probably better than what I've got.
It's a ring, so it'll go in a off slot at the very least.
Yeah, it's better.
Whoa. Hands.
Land Surge.
These lads apparently want to go fast. Alright. How we're on AoE comp overall. I don't know.
I'll deal with the big guy, they can deal with the little ones. Aiming. Is that what? Oh, they're groups of 3. I see.
Hmm?
Yeah, but yeah, pulling everything.
Boy, that got spicy.
Kinda hard to AoE through all this.
Oh, that's my Venn diagram.
Let me get my shit set up, so no complaints. Bending, striking. Oh, that appears to be better. I'll take it.
Oh, Habaraki.
The old one. I guess fair enough.
Oh. Kill the thingies? Yeah, kill the thingies.
Yes.
Transformation.
I-
Oi, oh! Okay.
That was funny.
I wasn't expecting to get turned into a fluffy bunny.
Dipping light.
And fluffy bunny once again. There we go. Ah, that's kind of cool. Yeah, Spriggans are nowhere near as bad as bunnies. I've played Final Fantasy XI.
That is literally what I'm wearing, I think. Yeah. You don't have any go faster buttons, you poor thing.
Oh, I suppose I can sprint now, can't I? Like,
Yep.
need to put that onto a bar. I can use mid-combat. There might be, ooh. Oh! Oh, that's kind of cool. Oh, I like in this dungeon. It's got some mildly interesting mechanics going on. Also, holy shit, that guy's dying. FF11 is a very, 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 very different beast. FF11 is pre-hotkey MMO days. It is an incredibly different game.
This bullshit.
This is good. I like it. Oh my man, you have you played much in the way of MMOs? Because FF11 is really like it is not what most people expect from an MMO because it is pre-WoW.
You click everything. Your abilities have like 40-second cooldowns, and that's normal.
Yeah, and like you essentially write macros to play the game. You program your own buttons effectively.
It's also all menu driven. There is no like it's a weird game.
Yeah, not in a bad way. Just it is pre the modern design mindset. Depending on what you're looking for, Final Fantasy XI might offer a better experience. It's like, it's that kind of... You get that proper, like, vast world to explore kind of feel from it, because it is... Oh. It's Raja.
It's like Rajang, yeah, with wings. Rajang revenge mode.
Tempered Rajan.
That was a thing.
Oh, really?
Alright, let's go, my boy.
Don't be near, I'm assuming. Ooh.
Oh good, that moves.
That's placed on a player, I think.
Yeah.
Just try not to...
Confused?
Oh, confused.
Uh-oh.
Oh, that's a spicy meatball! I don't know if there was some way to prevent the confused that I wasn't
Probably
seeing.
a gaze attack. This guy's a bit annoying.
He's just going to work where he wants. Like, I'm not dropping aggro here. He's just...
Yeah, he just does what he wants. Raises his claws.
What that's about, I'm just pop all my defenses. Because it smells like a tank buster.
Okay, that was the confuse, whatever that was about. We'll just beat each other up. It's fine. He wasn't that bad. Let's just put shit on. Oh, hello.
And before that was the Mad King.
I have the silliest hat. I don't care about that. Voice.
大丈夫かアレンバルド。
That's not the voice I expected to come out.
ああ、なんとかな。いや、どうやらお互い 同じ場所に行き着いたようだね。こちらは怪物に追い回されて散々な目にあったが、君は大丈夫だったかい？
What were you up to? I got a shiny new hat. You like my hat?
なるほど。こちら側にも怪物がいたと。どうやらそれらが暴君テオドリックによって魔物へと変えられたという王族の慣れの果てだったようだな。ともあれ苦労した甲斐はあったようじゃないか。な、そうだろう。まあそのようだな。しかしこれほどの財宝が眠っていたとは。きっとリセやアラミゴのみんなも喜ぶぞ。俺たちの冒険は大成功だ。
This hat, it is dope.
Well, yeah. It's a little silly. Some sort of beret.
Let's fix that. There we go. What's it? At least in Rauka's reach, I assume? No, she's here. How do I make the quest log go away?
Hey, Stratos.
I do like the soldiers, like the rank and file. I like their hat.
落ち着いてください。
落ち着いていられるかってんだ。ここにいるのは分かってるんだぞ。
あの売国奴を皆の前に引きずり出すのよ。
そうだそうだ。
これは一体どうしたっていうの？
どこから漏れ伝わったのか。オルドラがここに収監されているのを知って市民たちが押し寄せてきたんです。
やっぱりあのドクロの処刑人がここにいるってのは本当だったんだな。あんたら何をグズグズしてるんだ。あの魔女をここに連れてこい。俺たちの手で八つ裂きにしてやる。
八つ咲きだなんて、それじゃ帝国のやり方と何も変わらない。みんなもっと冷静になろう。
冷静になれですって。私の婚約者はドクロ連隊に殺されたのよ。恨みを晴らさせてちょうだい。
俺の親父もそうだ。
おい。
奴は魔女だ。売国奴だ。あんたら解放軍だって仲間をたくさん殺されたんだろう。
やれやれ。騒乱が生じたと聞いて来てみれば。聞け、アラミゴの同胞たちよ。
誰だ。
アラミゴの猛牛ラウバン様よ。
諸君らの怒りも嘆きも悲しみも我が輩もまたこの胸に感じている。痛いほど、そう、まさしく痛みとなって感じられるのだ。だが考えてほしい。帝国軍に連れ去られたまま未だ戻らぬ同胞のことを、彼らの帰りを待つ恋人、家族、友人たちのことを、行方の知れぬ彼らはいずこにいるのか。これを調べることもまた大切なことのはず。復讐あるいは正義を求める声はよくわかる。だが今少しだけその決断を下すのを待ってほしい。我らアラミゴの民は今や新たな国づくりを始めている。故に我が輩は全ての同胞たちを前に訴えたい。
Can we put
新
him
た
on
に
the
国
throne
を担う
instead
こと
of...
になる
Yeah.
者たちが真実を知ることができず
He has leadership
迷うこ
ability.
とがあってはならないと。罪人たちを裁きの場に引き立てる役割は彼ら新政権の担い手にこそ任せようではないか。
わかった。わかったよ。ただ、どうしても俺も。
So I just did that thing where you mount up but you start moving a second early and it cancelled.
Cancelled. Yeah.
wanted to grab my chess piece.
Ah.
誰かと思えば揃いも揃って敗者を嘲笑いに来たのか。いや、それともようやく私の願いを聞き届ける気にでもなったのか。
どちらでもないよ。言ったでしょ、生きさせるって。でもそれは嘲笑うためでも勝ち誇るためでもない。
無駄なことを。そう、全部無駄なんだよ。もう生きている意味なんてこれっぽっちもありはしない。仲間たちは他ならぬ私の手で死に、そして私はお前たちに敗れた。もう生きている意味なんて。
そうじゃないだろう。今さら本音を隠そうとするなよ。あんたは冷酷だったけどバカじゃない。全てを投げ打ってでも未来のため自由をつかもうとした。それが仲間の死を踏み台にすることだとしても、あんたの決意だけは誰がどう言おうと本物だったはずだ。俺はそれを知っている。
よそ見をしないでちゃんと歩いてちょうだい。今日の晩餐会にはガイウス閣下もいらっしゃるのよ。はーい。ねえお父さん、ガイウス閣下って誰？教えて教えて。
またフォルドラの教えて教えてが始まったね。いいかい？ガイウス閣下はここアラミゴの総督を務める立派なお方さ。早く行かないとお目通りできなくなってしまうよ。売国どが。
ねえお父さん、売国度って何？教えて教えて。
売国度ってのはな、嬢ちゃん。国や仲間を売り払って自分だけがうまい汁を吸おうとするお前の父ちゃんや母ちゃんみたいな薄汚いクズ野郎のことさ。
お父さんもお母さんも優しいんだよ。クズなんかじゃないもん。
その優しさってのはな、俺たちの血でできてるんだよ。いやしいか君。 危ない。売国だ。
軍人さん、どうかお助けください。主人が、
栄えあるガレマール帝国軍は属州民同士の喧嘩になど付き合っている暇はない。
そんな、私たち一家は市民権を持っているんですよ。お父さん、怖いよ。
大丈夫。大丈夫だ。いずれみんな分かってくれる。売国だ。売国だ。
蛮族同士の小競り合いなど好きにさせておけ。ガス抜きにはちょうどいい。
フォルドラ、行かないでちょうだい。あなたは市民権を持つ立派な帝国人なのよ。だから軍に志願する必要なんてないわ。あなた、その入れ墨は。見ればわかるでしょ。死んだ父さんと同じアラミ語伝統の入れ墨なんだから。そんなことをしたらあなたも蛮族だって思われてしまうわ。私も帝国人なんじゃなかったのかしら、母さん。結局そういうことよ。いくら市民権を持っていたって生粋のガレアン族からは蛮族と呼ばれ、同じ帝国人とは見てもらえない。だったら軍に入って誰にも文句を言わせないほどの力を手にするしかないんだ。父さんのようにならないためにも。アンスフリット、フルドルフ、エメリン、覚悟はいいね。私たちは力を手に入れる。どんなに苦しくとも、たとえこの中の誰かが死のうとも、その屍を踏みしめて少しでも上へ。
あんた、人柱になるつもりじゃないのか。自分が憎しみを背負って処刑されれば民衆の心は団結する。だから。
違う。
死にたいだけならいくらでも機会はあったはずだ。服なり毛布なりを使えば首だって。それをしないのは。
黙れ。
いや、黙るものかよ。だって俺は
そうか貴様ら、私の過去を見たな。だが貴様らが見たものなど私たちのほんの一部だけだろうが。知った風なことを二度と口にするな。私はお前たちが考えるような女じゃない。結局は父を殺した奴らを、父を見捨てた奴らを見返してやりたかっただけだ。こんなまがいものの力にすがってまでな。こんな人の手に余る力を持ってなんで平然としていられるんだ。わけのわからない他人の人生を見せられて、苦しんで裏切られ、身勝手な思いを託されてまで、どうしてお前は歩みを止めない。どうして。
時間だけはまだある。だからもう少しこれからのことも考えてみてよね。行こうみんな。
Hey, Xehanort, how's it going? Just in cutscenes at the moment.
Are you out of it yet?
Nope. I think I am now. Just quest completed.
Right, the stream is in alignment. I didn't know how much delay there was. Where was all of that during the main story?
Yeah.
That was good.
She was the most interesting part of the main story, so...
Ooh. Interesting.
Yes, Ravage, there is. It's considered one of the anime classics, I think.
Spriggan is, yeah. It was one of those 90s sort of cult hits. I'm not sure I'd call... I mean, it's M, but it's not like mecha per se. It's more like cyborgs. I think the majority of Fey beings are not nice. They're not supposed to be nice.
Yeah, they're generally...
They're scary stories.
Ooh.
It's kind of cool.
That's where they're making the artificial echo people. It's just the chambers from Final Fantasy VII.
Yeah, that's fine. They are kind of running the whole Genova live stream thing anyway, so. Grills the little potato. Got it.
Time for a research mission.
I feel like if Nero was gonna be anywhere, it would be here.
Depends. Like, the kind of stuff he fucks with is a bit different. Yes, we had this discussion earlier. There's a few Ninja Turtles references in some of the quests. Given one of the beast tribes for this expansion was literally Ninja Turtles. There is a lot of localization issues. Yeah.
Let's just say Japan had nothing to do with 95% of the text you see in this game.
Yeah, if you pay attention to the JP audio, you'll notice the English text frequently does not match up.
Most of the time it's in the same ballpark, but there are times it just... Ugh.
Yeah.
And when I say ballpark, I mean the whole ballpark. More Raubahn, please.
This isn't just a matter of something lost in translation in an innocent sense. This is aggressively
They didn't
changed.
translate. They rewrote. Like, you can localize while keeping things intact. This did not do that at all. There's nothing terribly wrong with the English, it's just not the same.
It's the opposite, if anything.
Quite the opposite. The original is quite restrained.
Yeah.
Alphino, for example, does not speak in this flowery bullshit in Japanese.
Yeah, there's a lot of like accented crap that just isn't there in the Japanese. And there's a lot of like fluff that just isn't there in the Japanese. Like a lot of the reference to the 12 and that just isn't there in the Japanese. They're not constantly like cursing the gods or praising the gods or anything like that.
It's not a case of it being restrained or unrestrained. Like, this isn't them censoring one or two, like, things they take issue with. The whole script is different.
That's old school shenanigans. That doesn't really happen much these days.
No.
The alcohol and whatnot is usually just left as is. Unless something's being intentionally scrubbed for, like, children's programming.
It's definitely not stuff like that, because there's a lot of slightly raunchy, you know, or, like, drug use is referenced. Oh, you're gonna give me food. I might just take the money. No, that's fuck all money. This is my, Skaven Allegan cloak, like, upper, by the way.
Ah.
It's quite spiffy. It's red normally, I dyed it. They want us to go to Uldar. It's not some liberties, it's massive, massive liberties. Like, we're not exaggerating here. Like I said, there is nothing wrong with what's being said in English, it's just not the same as what's being said in Japanese. The characters are very different. The same general gist is there, but it's... the way they get there is very different. Also, the freaking references to the Kami, the 12, all that shit isn't there at all. And several characters, yeah, just lose what they're about. Like, Lise in English is awful compared to her Japanese. Yeah, for stuff like that, you do have to add extra so people understand what's going on. Hitch a ride. Where are we going?
The original scripting for Persona 1 is quite the mess.
Chamber of Rule looks like the go. Been here in a while. I guess you were here not that long ago.
I wasn't upstairs though, I was down in the lowers for the gladiatorial stuff, but yeah. Oh, yeah, okay, that text is probably different for other people. Nice touch.
Yeah, I didn't get that. He was just like, yep, she's expecting you, go in.
Yeah, because Paladin is technically Salt and Sworn defenders.
Oh, Nanamo's voice in JP is so much better. Holy shit.
アラミ語の奪還がなった今だからこそ、折り入ってそなたに相談したいことがあったのじゃ。他でもない、ラウバーンのことでな。今でこそ、サカツ州の一人として、そして不滅隊の局長として辣腕を振るっているやつじゃが、アラミ語の出であることはそなたも知っていよ。故に祖国アラミ語を取り戻した今、帰国を望むのが当然と思っておったのじゃが、ラウバウンメはアラミ語の情勢が落ち着き次第ウルダ派に戻ると当然のように語っておる。無論ラウバンはわらわにとって誰よりも頼りになる重臣であり、右腕とも言える存在じゃが、これでも長い付き合いなのでな。わらわにだけは分かってしまうのじゃ。奴の瞳の奥にひとかけらの迷いがあることが。ウルダ派への残留か、アラミ語への帰還か、どちらの道であるにせよ、ラウバーンには迷いなく後悔なく歩む先を選んでほしい。
Yeah, funny thing is, I have legit physical copies of Rogue Galaxy and Folklore.
Rogue Galaxy sounds familiar.
PS2 action JRPG?
Hmm.
いつまでもわらわが頼りないままでは、ラウバーンも心のままに動けはしないであろう。わらわは真の意味で自立し、女王としての務めを果たさねばならん。そのためにもこの目と耳で世界を知りたいのじゃ。少しばかり付き合ってはもらえぬか。
Anamo Escort Quest.
ありがたい。
Well, tour with Nanamo.
恩に切るぞ。
It's gonna be good.
では少しばかり変装していくゆえ、表で待ち合わせると
Can
し
we
よう。
shoulder mount Nanamo?
I don't think all players would be large enough for that. Get to tour home. This is good. This home for Bear and I. We both started here. I'm a bit of a sucker for desert zones. What are you chuckling about? Oh dear. Oh, she shoulder mounts. That's cute. I don't think I have the mini Nanamo, only the mini Raban.
I don't even remember where you get the mini Nanamo from. Yeah, level 5's done a heap of stuff. Level 5's real good. List of things I have sitting in front of me. White Knight Chronicles, White Knight Chronicles 2, White Knight Chronicles PSP game, Ni no Kuni.
Nanamo, did you just call the frog pit unremarkable? Because it's full of frogs.
It's a very sort of single-player MMO game, yes. It's definitely not for everyone.
Shoot? Oh no. There we go,
Yeah, no, it's much more like MMO-ish JRPG rather than action. I would not call it action at all in any way, to be honest.
How do you get there? Oh god, fucking old man. Alright, it's okay, over there.
This is the White Knight Chronicles games. I would not readily recommend for most. The White Knight Chronicles games aren't just slower paced. That's a special kind of slow. I like slower games. I'm perfectly fine with them. White Knight Chronicles is, again, a special kind of slow. It is a single-player MMO. There's a reason that, like I say, I would hesitate to recommend it. Which game is that? Again, by no means is slow a bad thing. It's just when you hit that kind of like slow, it becomes difficult to recommend to a majority of people. They aren't going to enjoy it. And yeah, like I wouldn't call the Atelier games slow. Cause you like there's usually like a lot going on. I could definitely see how you might feel they're slow. But I would more readily recommend the Atelier games to a lot of people than I would say White Knight Chronicles. Especially the more modern ones, like the Thyza games, I think most regular folk can get along with pretty easily. Like, as long as you like JRPGs in general. Mysterious, also the Mysterious franchise is probably fine since they're not running the time limiter. Yeah, same parent company. I've not actually played Muso All Stars. They're really putting our Echo to work today. Back when he had both arms.
Sorry, I was deafening there for that sequence.
Ah.
お約束果たしましたぞ。
でかした。次はわらわの番じゃな。そなたが手にした優勝賞金を持ってそなたもサカツ州の仲間入りじゃな。
我が力と知恵のすべてを捧げましょう。我らが女王陛下とウルダハに幸あれ。
Oh, Mary's Kelt is great. Love the pursuer mechanic. Where are all the Thaumaturges? I suppose they're out on the front lines.
It's getting very silly.
Oh boy. The gold saucer?
Yeah.
Oh boy. But yeah, as for Mary Skelter, like, you definitely need to look into how you've customized your crew. There's a lot of, like, skills and shit in those games. Man, I haven't been to the airship dock here in a long time.
I forgot it existed. You can put just port straight there.
Oh.
Oh, you did. Yeah, they added a waypoint there.
Oh, I just went up the elevator, but like this is going back to the level 20 world tour.
Yeah, and then you never come back.
Yeah. Don't mind me. Just gonna hit the fucking jackpot.
You took a spin.
Yeah, just the mini cackpot. I hit the 10 grand. I never bothered with the gold saucer stuff.
I did a little bit of it.
Oof, Mary Skelter might be a bit intense for your first of that kind of Japanese dungeon crawler. I can't say it's a bad one to pick for sure, but it might be a bit much. Yeah, the Japanese dungeon crawlers are a bit more intense, though, because it's like there's just so much customization.
Well, they're like the base for most of those things is wizardry, and
Yeah.
wizardry is unforgiving as fuck. They seem to go for it though. So.
There was a resurgence during the Vita era. We got quite a lot.
Yeah.
Which is obviously that's where Mary Skelter came from. It was originally a Vita game. The sequels weren't, obviously, but the first release of the original game was on the Vita. I have the collector's edition of the Vita version.
Oh, okay, this is the augment lady. You just pay tomestones to augment your stuff.
Actually, another really good dungeon crawler from that sort of era is Labyrinth of Dusk, Coven of Refrain, though that one's also very, very full on. Both content-wise and customizing your crew-wise. No, the Mary's Guild is good. I wouldn't say it's bad at all. Just might be a bit much for some. My only hesitation in recommending the Mary Skelter games would be if you if you detest waifu-y stuff, then obviously that element of that game is going to be no good for you. But if you don't mind that, then yeah, it's good. It's goofy, but it's also dark. Like the goofy offsets the dark well. That kind of balance is important.
No. Fucking no. Ah. You piece of shit game.
You had to go to the Waking Sands or something?
You hit the nail on the head.
Ah, fuck.
At least we can fly now. Oh.
I do want to stream all 3 of the Mary Skelter games at some point, but oof, time. That's a lot of time.
Oh. Wow. Okay. Game did you a solid. That's nice.
Oof. This is a... Oh. Accidentally on topic.
In a sort of roundabout,
yeah,
no one saw that conversation kind of way. Yeah.
Yeah. I actually agree with Godbird here. There is a line where
There's a line. Yeah.
too much, and yeah, you just end up destroying people and creating a reliance on the system.
You essentially make a parasitic relationship, and that's no good. There is a line with that thinking that goes the other way, though, where it becomes, like, profit off everything, exploitation, and that's the balance.
I mean, in this particular case, like, selling some level of charity to the people, it would be easy enough to spin. You're just getting the Alamegan refugees out of Uldar and back to their actual homes. If you wanted to sweeten the deal on top of that, you put in some, like, spicy trade agreements.
You just get the new Alamegan state to pay for it, basically. Anyway, there's voice sequence, so I'm gonna disappear for a bit.
Yep. This is the kind of stuff I actually find quite interesting. I know I'm yawning, so it sounds like I'm not interested, but I do really enjoy the fantasy politics. This, like, the Alamegan refugee situation has been a long-running plot point across Final Fantasy XIV since, like, the 2.0 stuff. It just sort of obviously came to more of a head with this X-Pack, given that it's all about reclaiming Alamega. And since we have now done that, we can send them back, basically. My memories of 1.0 around Uldar are a little fuzzy. I spent a lot more time in Limsa in 1.0. Yeah, this does seem a little weird meeting with Lolorito. He's like the opposite faction. Oh, it took us right there. Thank fuck.
暁から砂の家に招かれるとはよほど重要な商談であるとそう考えてよろしいか。これは一本取られましたな。まさかここに来て商談相手にマスクをかぶられる気分を知ることになろうとは。これでよろしいですかな、七も陛下。いえ、リリラお嬢様とお呼びした方が。
七もでよい。どうやら余興は楽しんでもらえたようなのでな。早速商談に移りたいのじゃが。
よろしいでしょう。一体どんな提案をしてくださるのですかな。
ザナラーンに居留するアラミゴ難民についてじゃ。彼らの祖国への帰還を支援したい。戦勝祝賀会の一件の詫びとして受け取ったそなたの財産の半分とテレジアデレジの権益、これを。しかしこの計画はアラミゴ難民のためだけではなく、我らウルド派にとっても投資に見合う益のあるものとしたい。そして利益を上げることにかけて100億ギルの男と呼ばれるそなたに勝る者はおらぬじゃろ。
どうやら女王陛下も世の中の仕組みというものをいろいろと学ばれたようですな。詳しい話をお聞かせ願いたい。なるほど。難民の帰国を支援する見返りに当地で新たな産業を起こし、
Yeah.
利益の一部を
Basically, as I said.
民へ還元すると。良き考えと存じます。理念は実に素晴らしいが、未だに事業としては具体性に欠けると言わざるを得ません。
Arrange beneficial trade agreements.
さすがにウルダ派随一の商人じゃな。手厳しいが確かに具体案を考える必要がありそうじゃ。ところでそなたは戦いの過程でギラバニアの地を横断し、様々な場所を見てきたはず。どこかに今回の計画に適した難民たちが住まい産業を起こせるような集落はあったか。
I don't remember what places were.
Just go top to bottom. It'll teach you what those places are.
確かに採石業なら利益が出る可能性はある。だが重い石材の運搬にかかるコストを考えれば魅力的な産業とは言えまいな。確かに ウルダ派とアラミゴの交易が始まれば中継地としての宿場町は重要性を増すだろう。だがすでにいる住民たちを養う以上にはなるまい。ソルトリーか。ロッホセル湖に面した塩漬け工房があった寂れた村。かの塩湖の塩には独特の旨味がある。帝国の侵攻によって供給が断たれた時には美食家たちが大いに嘆いたものだ。塩とは食の基本にしていかようにも姿を変え多くの品を生む。
どうじゃ。当地の住人との交渉は必要になろうが、この計画に東アルデナード商会として乗るつもりはあるか。
よろしいでしょう。ミラバニアの白き結晶を我が商会の知恵と力によって100億のギルへと変えてご覧に入れましょう。それがアラミゴを助け、かの猛牛が進むべき道を照らさんという我らが女王陛下のお望みとあらば。
Why am I yabby hunting?
交渉成立のようじゃな。
I am not a man to underestimate the value of salt.
Also, we live in Australia. Water is a problem here.
This car isn't that one of what's her name's friends? Better than poor Akito, whose taste buds are literally gone. Chef with no taste buds. Yep. Tea? Yeah, tea. know people do tend to go like pretty salt heavy on their eggs, but I actually don't, oddly. I do salt heavy on a lot of things, but not on my eggs.
I don't put salt on eggs at all. They're plenty fine as is. I might put a sauce on an egg.
Well, usually if I'm doing something egg-based, it's going to be like an omelette, so it'll have plenty in it. It doesn't need salt.
Yeah, if you put like bacon in.
Yeah, usually bacon, diced green onions, and I'll usually add, depending on how I'm feeling, either like paprika or cayenne pepper on top.
Pepper on eggs is good. I'd prefer that to salt most of the time.
Oh, that's weird. It's done the PS5 haptic feedback controller input.
Oh.
It made the click of the camera button there like resistant.
How weird.
Yeah.
Like, of all things, I didn't think this game had any sort of PS5 stuff.
Yeah, it has an option to, like, say you're playing with a PS5 controller. That's just the first time it's actually done anything with it. Probably in the later expansions, when the PS5 actually existed, there might be more support for it. Ugh. Not that I wouldn't put salt on an omelette, just that I don't normally. Buckler makes more sense depending on the style of combat you're going for. For like sword and big shield, you need to be a large unit. Whereas, yeah, exactly. Like a buckler allows you to maintain a high level of mobility, while also affording good defensive options. It's not just a matter of size, but also what things are made out of. You've got a full heavy metal shield, that's gonna slow you down. Like, if you're rolling Tower Shield in real life, you want to be going something like a Testudo formation. Where you've got all the lads.
Alright, I was muted there. They're not using bucklers, they're using Tajas. Tajas are a small shield that were used by Highland troops in Scotland and other places. They're perfectly capable in melee combat, but you want a big shield to use against ranged weaponry. Tajas have the added advantage of leaving your left hand free, and you can smack things with them. Sorry, I'm a bit of a weapon nerd. Did I mute you by accident?
No.
Oh, you're here. Good, good. Sorry, I just had a sound fuck up. I said all that and was muted.
Ah.
As for tower shields, you can use them solo. They're just restrictive. Smaller shields also have the added advantage of being easy to carry, which these do a lot of marching. Probably through rough terrain, you don't want to be lugging a big shield around. They're also vaguely based off Middle Eastern Indian fighting styles, which use a smaller shield. I say vaguely because it's very vague. Notice Rauban uses Wagahais. He speaks very old-fashioned. That's fun. Most shields are made of wood. Metal shields tend to be small.
Yeah, you too heavy.
Too fucking heavy.
Yeah, in real life, big heavy shield doesn't give plus 50 def, unfortunately.
Oh, it will, but it also gives minus 50 fatigue. You're gonna carry the thing.
Yeah. It's not just a matter of being a big enough lad to be able to wield it, but also enough stamina to get it from point A to point B, and then have enough gas left to lift it at point B.
Most of combat is getting to the combat.
またもフォルドラの処刑を求める市民たちが騒ぎを起こしてな。対応のため走り回っていたのだ。どうにか説得して解散はさせたが。やれやれ。貴様に愚痴を言っても始まらんな。話というのはだな。山岳地帯への進軍中にアレンバルドたちの部隊が拘束した二人の捕虜のことだ。
As for the Ishgardian kite shield, it's a good size.
当初はその軍曹から帝国兵と思われていたが、取り調べの過程で正体が判明した。
They tend to go for heavier troops,
ユ
though,
ーハセ
than
と
what the
ローレン
Elements
ティス
do.。
そう。イルベルトに従って逃亡していたクリスタルブレイブの残党だ。どうやら奴らはバイサルの頂上にて神竜召喚のニエとするため、解放軍の闘士たちを虐殺するのに一役買ったらしい。
そんな連中を貴様ならどう裁く？あれだけの裏切りを受けてなお除名を求めると。優しいな、貴様は。ともかく貴様の気持ちはよく分かった。いずれ同盟軍として法廷で裁くことになろうが、その時には参考として貴様の意見も提出しておこう。さて、要件はここまでなのだが、すまぬが、もう少し時間をもらえるか。
Rather than put them to the sword, put them to work.
イルベルドの件では貴様にも迷惑をかけたな。我が輩のどちらつかずにも見える態度が奴を強行へ誘った面があるのは間違いない。すまなかった。だが貴様を筆頭とした暁にピピンを含めたエオルズヤ同盟軍の将兵たち、そしてアラミゴの同胞たちの奮戦によって祖国は奪還できた。暫定政権の主導で新たな国の在り方についてもほどなく方向性が示されることになるだろう。そうなれば我が輩はウルダハへと戻り、これまで通りナナモ様を支えるつもりだ。
Okay, that's a pretty cool reward.
父上。
もちろんここアラミゴは我が輩の生まれ故郷であり、捨て去りたいわけではない。実のところ一人の気ままな傭兵として貴様と共に戦いたいと無双したことすらあるのだぞ。だが我が輩はナナモ様の剣になると誓った身。いや、
父上、それは真なる心の声なのですか？
無論だ。我が剣と心は常にナナモ様と共にある。どうしてだろうな。 貴様にはこの決意を伝えておきたいと思ったのだ。
I doubt with what crystals they have on hand, they could just pull a primal out.
You never know.
Ha! One-armed Raubon minion. When are we going to use magic and or Magitech to give Ralban his arm back?
Maybe he doesn't want it back.
Oh, possibly, yeah.
So when could we do that?
Hmm?
Oh, just next scene, you'll see. Wait.
みんな集まってくれてありがとう。私はリセ・ヘクスト、アラミゴ解放軍の代表をさせてもらっているわ。今日この場には各集落の長、国外に避難していた人たちの死者、それにアナンタ族やキキルン族、ギラバニアに生きる全ての同胞の代表者たちが集っている。これからのアラミゴのあり方を決めるためにね。ところでこの大広間に入ってみんなは最初に何を見た？
Looks like I might need to drop party.
私はあれを見たわ。今あの玉座には帝国が送り込んできた総督もアラミゴが生み出した暴君の姿もない。この中であの玉座に座りたい者は？また誰かを座らせたいと望む者は？なら皆ここに座りましょう。車座になって。私たちは皆対等な隣人であり、そして友人なのだから。
リセは覚悟を決めたようだね。王政という選択肢を早々に除外させて共和制や市長制への道を示してみせた。予想以上に話し合いはスムーズに進みそうだね。
アラガーナの村長としての意見は以上だ。
ありがとう。次はカリアナの族長シャンティさんの番ね。共和制への移行を求める意見が多いけれどどうかな？
我らアナンタ族は人の子らを含めてギラバニアに生きるすべてのものに対して求める美神楽趣味の信仰を。美神楽趣味よ、我らのもとへ来たりませ。
どうしてクリスタルは持ち込ませなかったのに。
詮索は後だ。みんなこの場から避難するんだ。早くテンパードにされるぞ。俺たちで盾になるぞ。
切る。
Good thing I was level 70.
I don't think you would have been allowed to not be.
Oh no, just you gain that skill at level 70.
Oh.
警備の者を先んじてテンパードに変えていたか。だが。
The joke is it's the channel shield skill you get at level 70.
させない。
是が非でも代表者たちをラクシュミの虜としたいらしいな。
あの人がアレンバルドと二人で盾になってくれてるけど。
これだけの人数を守りながらでは思うように戦えまい。
ラウバーン、お願いがあるの。ここで代表者たちを守っていて。
But yes, just the general being able to resist gods is what we do. That is the power of the Echo.
This is a bit hectic.
任せるのみか。我が受験のほどたやすく突破できると思わぬことだ。
The button does not work.
You have a bind for it?
It's supposed to. Oh, I see.
なぜ我が輝きを拒むのだ。
I barely even remember the original Lakshmi fight.
It's nothing like it really. There's some like throwback mechanics, but it's nothing serious. At least not yet. I suppose they could pull some bullshit out.
浄化の輝きを見よ。
このままじゃ。あんたは。
手伝ってやるから始末するぞ。この化け物をな。
Well, she is a genetically modified Echo.
Yeah, the NPCs will bend back. Be aware. That's a double one.
Bordeaux was rocking the new Echo fashion. Kill Chaos Gang. With a t-shirt and shorts.
Oh.
人の魂を刈り取ろうと。
be fair, Ifrit was tempering the goblins versus the kobolds for the damage. Well, I can't do much about the game volume.
Be gone.
やったか。
一体何のつもりだ。
繰り返さないからよく聞いて。ついさっきアナンタ族が王宮内で万神を召喚した。それであの人たちがたった二人で戦っている。みんなを守るために。ポルドラ、あなたには万神と戦う力がある。そして悔しいけれどその力が私にはない。前に時間だけはあるって言ったけど、ごめん、もうその時間はなくなった。今すぐ決めてちょうだい。その剣でゼノスのように自ら命を絶つのか、あるいはアラミゴの人たちを守るために戦うのかを。
Ah, that's what was bugging me.
What was bugging you?
I was like, fucking, this voice sounds so goddamn familiar. It's Cheryl Gnome's talking voice.
Ah. What? Whose?
Hmm?
Who in particular?
Cheryl Gnome.
No, who has that voice?
Lise.
Lise, okay.
I was just like thinking, this voice is so goddamn familiar.
Yeah.
ドクロの処刑人。
As for the tempering discussion from earlier, goblins are probably weaker of mind than humans, at least the way they depict it.
Also, like this version of her was summoned with not much. Probably low-powered version.
?仕事は終わった。牢に戻る。
私は
私はお前たちドクロ連隊を許さない。許せるわけもない。だが万神と戦い、我らが解放者を助けてくれたこと、それだけは礼を言わせてもらう。
In what sense, Senpai? There didn't really seem to be anything to misinterpret there.
It's pretty obvious what happened with her.
Again, in what sense? She got more Echo flashbacks. Well, it wasn't trying to disguise what was happening. It's been pretty upfront about her getting massively overwhelmed with Echo flashbacks.
Yeah, like the game's being blunt as hell about it. There's nothing to hide.
End up losing her mind if she can't get her not Echo under control, though. The irony being that they're to try to stop her from losing her mind.
Well, we're just tempered by Heidelin, end of the day. So
Yeah, basically.
How to fight tempering, become tempered.
代表者会議は先ほど終わったよ。イシュガルドの庶民院という先例に倣う形で、民衆に選ばれた代表者による議会を発足させることに決まった。これで、アラミゴにおける我が輩の役目も終わる。故に、ギラバニアの星々を最後に見ておこうと思ってな。
See ya, Senpai.
どうした？何か忘れでも？ナナモ様、なぜこのような場所に？
ラウバーンよ、今日この日をもって不滅隊局長および査察衆としての任を解く。
何ですと？
ラウバーン、わらわはもう大丈夫じゃ。だからそなたは一人のアラミゴ人として生まれ故郷に帰り、同胞たちのために働くのじゃ。
またも全てをお一人でお決めになるおつもりか？
一人で決めることの愚かしさなどとうに悟っておるわ。故に最も信頼できる者に相談し、熟考を重ねて決めたのじゃ。
最も信頼できるものですと？我が輩は信頼に値せぬということですか？
そうじゃ。己の心の奥底に秘めた本心を語ってくれぬそなたをどうして最も信頼できるものと胸を張って言えよう。アラミゴの情勢が落ち着いたらウルダ派に戻ると、そう語るそなたの目に迷いがあることをわらわが見抜けるとでも思ったのか？見くびるな。わらわがどれほどそなたを頼りにし、どれほど信頼してきたのか分かっておらぬのはラウバーン、そなたの方じゃ。
しかし我が輩はあの時誓ったではありませんか。ナナモ様、あなたの剣となると。
わらわはそなたから新たな剣をもらっておるわ。受験ティソーナを継いだピピンという剣をな。わらわはその剣を、そしてロロリトラ共和派の重鎮たちをも使いこなす女王となってみせる。だからラウバーン、アラミゴへ帰るのじゃ。ここがそなたの故郷なのだから。
ナナモ様、
ラウバーンよ、笑え。わらわは笑顔で送り出したいのじゃ。
ありがたきお言葉。これまであなたという女王に仕えることができて光栄でした。
明日よりそなたはウルダ派の剣ではない、アラミゴの剣であり、より多くを守るエオルゼアの剣じゃ。よいな、ラウバーン。
はい、ナナモ様。
I really liked that scene.
Mm.
ラクシュミからみんなを守ってくれてありがとうね、二人とも。おかげで無事に代表者会議を終えることができたよ。
よしてくれよ。俺は食らいついていくのに必死だっただけさ。お前が光の戦士と呼ばれる理由が分かったよ。すごかったぜ、本当にさ。
そういえば王宮で七も陛下に会ったんだ。アラミゴ難民の帰国支援計画の最終的な確認でギラバニアにいらしたそうでね。ラウバーン局長を探していたものだから空中庭園に案内したんだが。
なんじゃ、わらわの噂話か。
七も様？いえ、そのようなことでは。
苦しゅうない。冗談じゃ、冗談。それよりもラウバーンよ、ほれ、言うべきことがあろう。
昨日付で我が輩は不滅隊局長とサカツ州の任を解かれることになった。
父上の職務は私が代行として引き継ぐ。背負った受験がさらに重みを増した気がするがね。
ありていに言えば我が輩は職なしということだ。アラミゴに雇われ兵の職でもあれば紹介願いたいのだが。
幾分年がいっておりますが、世に名高い戦将の剣闘士ともなれば受け入れ先も見つかりましょう。
あのアラミゴの猛牛が無職とは、これは傑作じゃ。
ナナム様は本当にお人が悪くなられた。ピピンもピピンだ。笑い事ではないのだぞ。
ラウバーン、帰ってくるのね。
ああ、どうやらウルダ派に帰る家はなさそうなのでな。よかったら我が輩も国づくりに参加させてくれるか。
おかえりなさい、ラウバーン。
いやはや驚きの展開だが、その様子だと君はこれを知っていたんだね。やれやれ、今回は見事に出し抜かれてしまったな。しかしアラミゴにとっては素晴らしい朗報じゃないか。
Is dango bread
Oh.
like that loosely?
Alright, that's probably the 2.1
Yeah.
story's finished then.
Yeah, I just picked up the next quest, but we've been going a while.
Yeah, I was gonna say I kind of need to stop here.
Fair enough.
Running low on energy at this point.
Yeah. I need to walk.
Yeah. But yeah, I figure we sort of pick up from here tonight.
Yep. Sounds good. Same time or a little earlier?
I think try to start a little earlier, see if we can't get some Q pops.
10 or 11, something like that.
Yeah, while there's more people still online. And then we can go back to plugging away at the story.
Sounds good. I actually quite enjoyed that little stretch of story.
Yeah, it was better than most of Stormblood itself.
I get that you needed Stormblood to set that up, but you could have started this shit earlier, I feel.
Yeah.
Like, at least actually being a character. The Rauban Nanamo stuff, I was asking the whole time, like, when is this getting addressed?
Yeah.
It just took forever.
Hopefully the rest of the 4.x content holds up.
The dungeons are excellent.
Mm.
They're the standout part of this. Really feels like they learned a lot of lessons. Well, I'm a bit biased. The monk boss is just fucking cool.
No, the mechanics of those dungeons are good.
Sort of reminds me of like 2.0 dungeons in a way, like the variety and like visual interest in them. Some of the Heavenswood dungeons were a bit grey and bleak, which I mean, I suppose that makes sense.
Yeah, appropriate for the setting, but not
not like a feast for the eyes.
Yeah.
Though Great Google Library, real good.
Yeah.
It had its moments.
Yeah, I think we'll continue on from here tomorrow night. Or tonight, as it is. Alrighty. Thanks for watching, everyone, and hopefully I'll see you all next time.
See ya.